Here's what we're going to do, people. We are going to read up on this issue, and we are going to form decisive opinions on the Uyghur genocide situation. Well, I mean, I already have my opinion. What we're actually going to do is we're going to investigate the available evidence. Most of my streams are like paced, coordinated, sort of, streamlined. I have an idea of how I'm going to structure things. Not so today. We're going to be reading. I'll read out loud what I can. We're going to try and synthesize as much information as is possible, and we're all going to have fun with it. All right? So the first thing we're going to do, the very first thing we're going to do, is we're going to look up the Uyghur Muslims. If you can believe it. On Wikipedia, of all places. Not the camps, just the ethnic and religious group. Can we get, let's see, Uyghur Muslim, Wikipedia. Uyghurs. Here we go. We're going to learn all about this. We're going to do this step by step, okay? I'm going to take this nice and easy. All right. Enjoy chat while it's around. This might be a stream best not to have on Twitch in case you show gore. I don't think we're going to see gore in a Wikipedia article, but, you know. Now, of course, a lot of this I know, but I think it's important to start with the basics, because sometimes you catch, like, core details that end up illuminating more advanced subjects down the line. So, the Uyghurs, alternatively spelled Uyghurs, Uyghurs, or Uyghurs, are a Turkic ethnic group originating from and culturally affiliated with the general region of Central and East Asia. Recognized as native, considered to be one of China's 55 officially recognized ethnic minorities, recognized by the Chinese government as a regional minority within a multicultural nation. The Uyghurs have traditionally inhabited a series of oases scattered across the Taklamakan Desert within the Tarim Basin. Can I get a... Xinjiang, China. Huh. Okay. There's India, Tibet. All right. See, so in the western region of China, just north of India. Okay. All right. I'm following. These oases have historically existed as independent states or were controlled by many civilizations over time. The Uyghurs gradually started to become Islamicized in the 10th century, and most Uyghurs identified as Muslims by the 16th century. Islam has since played an important role in Uyghur culture and identity. An estimated 80% of Xinjiang's Uyghurs still live in the Tarim Basin. The rest mostly live in Urumqi, I'm guessing, the capital city of Xinjiang, UAR, which is located in the historical region of Zungaria. I'm not going to apologize for my poor pronunciations here, because they're going to be a repeating motif. The largest community of Uyghurs living in another region of China are the Uyghurs living in Taoyuan County in north-central Hunan. Significant diasporic communities of Uyghurs exist in other Turkic countries, such as Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkey. Smaller communities live in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Australia, Russia, and Sweden. Since 2015, here we go, it has been estimated that over 1 million Uyghurs have been detained in internment camps. The camps were established under General Secretary Xi Jinping's administration with the main goal of ensuring adherence to national ideology. The Chinese government maintains its actions in Xinjiang as justifiable responses to a threat of extremism due to the East Turkestan independence movement, we're going to want to take a look at that one, and resulting frequent terrorist attacks, such as the Baran Township riot, the 1997 Urumqi bus bombings, protests in Gulya, June 2009 Shaoguan incident, a number of terrorist attacks, in summary. Critics of China's treatment of Uyghurs have accused the Chinese government of propagating a policy of sinicization in Xinjiang in the 21st century, calling this policy an ethnocide or a genocide. So, the way I understand it is that basically the Uyghur Muslim camps are basically the war on terror amped up. Imagine if after like 9/11, instead of invading Iraq, What we instead did was we took like large Muslim communities in America. We said, hey, extremist ideologies are being propagated in these communities and they're a threat to the national interest. And then we started establishing like internment camps, basically like Japanese internment camps that we did back in the 1940s under Roosevelt. But yeah, basically that. Basically, it's the war on terror combined with our approach towards Japanese, residents in the west coast of the United States. Now, lefties are really, really quick to point out that what we did to the Japanese is super fucked up. So I don't know why people, hand wave this, but yeah. We Chinese leftists use this document a lot. Let me take a look at this. Oh, we just got an incredibly kind donation. I'll take a look at that in a second, I promise. I just want to stay on track. I'm afraid that you just gave me a link that doesn't work, but I see the Uyghur Human Rights Project site. I'll take a look at this, okay? We're going to continue. We have a lot to read. So anyway, as I understand it, think of it as like the war on terror, and to address this crisis that China is, saying is a crisis, they're doing the Japanese internment camp thing. That seems to be what's going on, which is not great. So the best case scenario going on in China right now, this is the situation that Tankies will defend, okay? Is that what's actually happening is the Chinese government is appropriately responding to genuine threats of terror from within the Uyghur community, and what we call internment camps are actually just prisons for ne'er-do-wells or education centers to try to de-radicalize the victims of extremist Muslim ideology. That is like the best case scenario that Tankies have thrown out, Like, that's their defense, which, by the way, to me, even taking that most charitable interpretation is still insane, But we'll learn more. Okay. So we don't have time to read everything about everything on Earth. So we're probably going to have to skip the music section of their culture. But let's see. Okay, so their name, their identity, the origin of the modern nomenclature, their population. I'm interested in this. The actual size of the Uyghur population, particularly in China, has been the subject of some dispute. Official figures released by Chinese authorities place the population of Uyghurs within the Xinjiang region to be just over 12 million. Wow. Comprising approximately half the total regional population. That's another one of the reasons why this crackdown has been so centralized and so specific. The Uyghur Muslim population is centered in geographically centered in some areas, and what that means is that in addition to the internment camps, they also have a system of surveillance that they've established in those regions of China. So I've read, and I want to double check this today, but I've read that Uyghur Muslims as an ethnic group are currently the most surveyed group, period, on Earth right now. That like beyond what the Palestinians have to contend with, that their cities and their streets are littered with cameras and police patrols, basically doing to Uyghur Muslims 10 times what we do to the black community here in America, over policing with the intent of, ostracizing the population. So then we have the censuses with the various areas, which, it's came across this earlier. Okay, here, I'll take a look at that too. Thank you. Okay, that's all right. Enough links. We got a lot. We got enough to look at. Genetics, the Western Eurasian specific haplogroup in Uyghurs to be 42.6%, and East Asian haplogroup to be 57.4%. Curious, very curious. History, early history. I'm sure they were very cool. Unfortunately, as much as I'm sure there's a lot of interesting stuff here, we'll be reading for days consecutively if we. You know what? I'll take a look at cuisine because I'm hungry. Uyghur food shows both Central Asian and Chinese elements. A typical Uyghur dish is polu, a dish found throughout Central Asia. Common version of the Uyghur polu, carrots and mutton, or chicken, are first fried in oil with onions, then rice and water are added, and the whole dish is steamed. Raisins and dried apricots may also be added. Kawaplar, or chuaner, i.e. kebabs or grilled meat, are also found here. Another common Uyghur dish is lehmen, a noodle dish with a stir-fried topping, usually made from mutton and vegetables such as tomatoes, onion, green bell peppers, chili peppers, and cabbage. That sounds pretty good. This dish is likely to have originated from the Chinese lamian, but its flavor and presentation or preparation method are distinctly Uyghur. Uyghur food is characterized by mutton, beef, camel. Never eaten camel. Chicken, goose, carrots, tomatoes, onions, peppers, eggplant, celery, and various dairy foods and fruits. A Uyghur-style breakfast consists of tea with home-baked bread, hardened yogurt, smetana, a type of sour cream. Okay. You could say sour cream, I'm here for it. Say hardened yogurt, I'm not here for it, okay? Olives, honey, raisins, and almonds. Uyghurs like to treat guests with tea, naan, and fruit before the main dishes are ready. Well, that all sounds delicious. Going a little further. Smetana is sour cream translated from Russian. Yeah, it said that in the thumbnail. And then we have, wow, all these sources. I imagine many of them pertaining to the camps. So, okay. So I also want to take a look at this East Turkestan independence movement because I think that this is the group that China uses as a scapegoat to blame the Uyghur Muslim population. I think this is one of the groups that they use as an excuse, you know. The East Turkestan independence movement is a political movement that seeks independence for East Turkestan. Wow. Okay. A large and sparsely populated province-level subdivision of the PRC, located in the country's northwest as a homeland for the Uyghur people, who are primarily of Turkic rather than Sinitic, Han Chinese, ethnic extraction. Within the movement, there's widespread support for the region to be renamed, since Xinjiang is seen by independence activists as a colonial name. I can understand that. Xinjiang is about the most Chinese name I ever heard for a region. East Turkestan is the most well-known proposed name. Uyghurstan is another well-known proposed name. Xinjiang literally means new territory. Well, there you go, I guess. Xinjiang, gotcha. Xinjiang. Xinjiang was initially conquered by the Qing dynasty, a historical Chinese ethnic Manchu regime in the 1750s, with 1759 being the year of the establishment of the original form of the modern-day administrative region. If I remember correctly, isn't China basically the origin of what we would today call like state bureaucracy? Where you don't just have like feudalism, but you have like an organized state, and then underneath it you have administrators and bureaucrats and regional distributions and what have you. Maybe China didn't start it, but I believe that they codified the practice effectively, which is the reason why they've been around for thousands of years over such a wide territory. I mean, can you imagine a country as large as China existing for thousands of years? Back in the BC era, it would have taken months to get from one end to another, right? And they just, but they, I mean, it's, you know, it's just cool, is all. That's all. Anyway, Xinjiang was subsequently inherited by the Republic of China, which succeeded the dynasty in 1912, and then by the People's Republic of China, which mostly succeeded the ROC in 1949, except in Taiwan, also known as the real China. Stay woke, people. Listen, you've got Taiwan, and then you've got mainland Taiwan, okay? You have West Taiwan, all right? In the mainland. True. Stay woke. And other minor islands. Through, is it Qing? People said the Q is Qing. Through Qing and ROC rule, there were several periods of brief de facto independence for either the entire region of Xinjiang or parts of it, as well as foreign occupation and warlord governance. The PRC incorporation of Xinjiang occurred soon after the regime was established in 1949, and since then it has remained a region of China. The PRC claims that Xinjiang has been part of China for over 2,000 years, though evidence for this claim is scant. Ooh, that's kind of suspect, isn't it? We stand our anti-imperialist kings over in China. Historically, Xinjiang has never been truly independent as East Turkestan, though various non-Chinese regimes controlled the region at various points prior to the 1750s. It's been a hotbed of ethnic and religious conflict throughout much of the period it has been governed by successive Chinese regimes. Guys, I've never been like a head of state, to my knowledge, but I feel like if you have a region of your nation that is sparsely populated, and those who do reside within it are largely an ethnic minority who have wanted independence for hundreds of years, can you imagine how based it would make your country look if you actually granted them independence and then tried to like establish autonomous trade relations with them immediately afterwards? I know it's probably not the most realpolitik like thing to do, but I feel like you could do that. Even if you wanted to be like a bully about it, you could use soft economic power to essentially monopolize the extraction of their resources and their labor. But it would make you look so based if Xi Jinping was like, yeah, actually, after much consideration, I've decided that the peoples of you know of Xinjiang, they deserve autonomous. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it'd be really cool. Be a pretty cool thing to do, maybe. Of course, that wouldn't settle the ethnic tensions entirely, but it, you know. The Chinese government considers all support for the East Turkestan independence movement to fall under the definitions of terrorism, extremism, and separatism. The East Turkestan independence movement is supported by both militant Islamic extremist groups, which have been designated terrorist organizations by several countries and by the UN, such as the Turkestan Islamic Party. We're going to take a quick look at that one. Really, really, really quick divergence. Islamic extremist organization founded by Uyghur jihadists in Western China, considered broadly as a terrorist group. Over 200 acts of terrorism, resulting in at least 162 deaths and over 440 injuries. So I'm guessing this group's actions are probably going to be the justification for a lot of what the Uyghur Muslims, 12 million of them, have had to put up with. It's crazy. 9/11 was such a big deal. 200 acts of terrorism. It took one to rack up 3,000 deaths in America. It's actually incredible. Well, these people are probably pieces of shit. We're not here to defend Islamic extremists. As well as certain advocacy groups, such as the East Turkestan National Awakening Movement. So let's take a look at this one. This is probably less terroristic, or not at all, I imagine. This is a Washington, D.C. based. Oh, Tankies aren't going to like that one at all. They would call this like a Western imperialist measure. A Washington, D.C. based nonprofit human rights and political rights group established in June of 2017. The group supports the East Turkestan independence movement. Salih Hudayar, a Uyghur American consultant and graduate student, founded the group after pre-existing Uyghur organizations failed to effectively call for East Turkestan's independence, deeming it controversial. This organization is it's quite new, so I imagine that it doesn't have much under its belt. I mean, we're all CIA agents, right? So here's something to think about with regard to this. So I'm a really big fan of thinking about political relationships in a materialist way. When countries do something, it's usually because there were influences behind it that led to those behaviors. It's not because, like, one nation is more ideologically driven towards something. There are usually preconditions that explain behavior like this. So there are many people in on Twitter who think that any time there is an independence movement in a country that America does not have friendly relationships with, that independence movement is like serving American interests. For example, with the Hong Kong, remember the Hong Kong protests? So there were people saying that that was like an American, American influences had led to the conditions that's said about those protests, and we were doing it to weaken China or to benefit economically ourselves. I understand those arguments. I do, because this is something that America has done before. America does support independence movements in countries that they disagree with, that they don't like, in an effort to destabilize them. But not all organizations that seek independence are destabilizing. An example for this, by the way, I think would be what we're looking at right now in Xinjiang. I don't think this benefits America. It doesn't seem like, even if like this group's wishes came true and East Turkestan was formed, I don't think that would make China any less of a dominant economic power the world over. If anything, China's insistence on attracting international ire by treating the Uyghur Muslims the way that they do might be more detrimental to their ability to affect soft power abroad. I feel like this doesn't have much of a shot at promoting American hegemony abroad, you know? Yes, it would, Vosh. Trade routes run through Xinjiang and Myanmar that would be useful for the U.S. Uh, sure, but so you're suggesting that the wait, what trade routes? Hold on, let me see. Um, we're talking about a landlocked region, aren't we? Would America? Do you really think that we would that there are like? Let me see. There's railroads that run through there. Trains. Yeah, trains run through there. The Silk Road, the economic belt. I see. So you think then that the reason why China wants to maintain autonomous control over this region is in large part because they don't want to give up trade networks that have been set through here? Let's see. So, because I mean, so much trade is done via seaports and planes nowadays, but that's in America because we have these where America gets so much of its resources through the coasts. But China, if they're running it west, the Tankies are going to call you for using Wikipedia like it's inevitable. I don't wait. Hold on. We're not doing this. We're not doing this for Tankies. We're not doing this for the benefit of Tankies. I think that my engagements of them have made it pretty clear that they are lunatics and basically indistinguishable from fascists. They just adopted a different set of nationalistic mantras. Um, this isn't for them. This is for us. We get to learn. Okay. Um, so let's think geopolitically what the interests here are. So if all of Xinjiang was made independent, that would cut out quite a bit of China's territory. Now, a lot of this territory is sparsely populated. I doubt that it contributes a huge proportion of China's GDP, but it could in the future. And as some people in chat are pointing out, there are wealth resources here that they may want to maintain a monopoly on. This is also part of the contiguous border they share with India, and it would probably not be to their benefit to give up part of that border. And then, of course, you have these railroads, these pipelines. Now, none of this, by the way, is to speak to whether or not the Uyghur Muslim genocide that's taking place is justified. This is just about the independence movement. Now, I can understand why China would want to keep this territory. Maybe there are portions of it that could conceivably be made independent without really affecting China's trade routes. That's interesting. I would need to read a lot more on this before I would be comfortable making the argument that they could get rid of portions of their territory without significantly impacting their economy and political control. Okay, Vosh, I agree with your statements, but Etnam has worked with people like Steve Bannon and Donald Trump. Yeah, and Bolivia has worked with China. Groups will work with groups that benefit them. Steve Bannon and Trump were, at least for a time, the both of them, at the head of the U.S. government. So if this group wants to get anything done with regards to their interests, they are going to work through people in power in the U.S. government. It's not enough to me to deem association. I need proof of bias. So anyway, this organization seems fine. So let me take a little bit more of a look at this terrorist group, the East Turkestan Independence Movement. Let me see. Pro's name, history. Okay, this goes back a while. Wow. Well, we'll start with the PRC, since that's the modern government. Bosch Xinjiang is 50% non-Uyghur too. I don't think it makes sense to advocate for independence for the whole region. No, probably not for the whole region. I mean, we deal with this too with the Turks. You have set like concentrated ethnic communities with a strong desire for independence, but separating into separate countries is messy, and the larger country literally never wants to do it. Let's not focus so much on the independence movement. I think that's a little optimistic. I think we should. Did I say Turks? What did I say? I meant the Kurds. I'm sorry, not the Turks. Um, Uh, anyway, let's just focus on the camps for now. Ever since the Chinese economic reform from the late 1970s exacerbated uneven regional development, while Uyghurs have migrated to urbanizing Xinjiang cities, some Hans have also migrated to Xinjiang for independent economic advancement. Increased ethnic contact and labor competition coincided with Uyghur separatist terrorism from the 1990s, such as the 1997 Urumqi bus bombings. Yeah, wow, this feels so familiar, doesn't it? So it was mostly Uyghurs in this region, um, and and they were left out in the cold for a portion because the unequal development of cities led more rural areas to sort of wilt. But then the Han Chinese moved into these areas, which caused ethnic tensions and concerns over labor distribution and who gets what jobs. Hmm. Speaking on, let's see. A police roundup of suspected separatists during Ramadan resulted in large demonstrations. Chat, I'm not looking at any more links. We already have like a dozen links on the other side. We're going to look at a lot of stuff, okay? Do not worry. Turned violent in February 1997 in an incident known as the Gulha incident that led to at least 9 deaths. Once the crackdown. Speaking on separatist violence, Erkin Alpetikin, a former East Turkestan National Congress chairman and prominent Uyghur activist, said, "We must emphasize dialogue and warn our youth against the use of violence because it delegitimizes our movement." That's probably a good idea. I can't fathom any instance where people through violent protest are able to meaningfully challenge the People's Republic of China. Do I need to turn like anti-links on in chat? I'm not looking. Jesus. Despite much talk of separatism and terrorism in Xinjiang, especially after 9/11 and the invasion of Afghanistan, the situation in Xinjiang was quiet from the late 90s till mid-2006. In 2005, Uyghur author Nur Mehmet Yasin was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for inciting separatism following his publication of an allegorical short story, The Blue Pigeon. Damn, that's some free speech over there in China. 10 years imprisonment for publishing a short story. "10 years imprisonment on charge of inciting separatism." He published 3 poetry collections. First Love, Crying from the Heart, and Come On Children. His short story, The Blue Pigeon, is a first-person narrative from the point of view of a blue pigeon king captured by pigeons of another color. He commits suicide rather than live his life in confinement. The Ministry of State Secretary objected to the story in part because blue is the color used by some factions of the Uyghur independence movement. Are you kidding me? He wrote a story about a blue pigeon killing himself rather than remaining in prison, and some state bureaucrat was like, blue? Some terrorist groups use blue. Okay, 10 years in jail, buddy. Oh my god. That's a nice meme. Oh, guys, as a temporary measure, the chat will every 30 minutes be briefly resetting. Shouldn't really have an impact on anything, just letting you know that it'll happen. Wow. After suffering from ill health, he died in prison. Ugh. Reported to have died in prison in 2011, Amnesty International stated that if confirmed, the death of this young writer in prison is a shameful indictment of the Chinese government's notion of justice. If he died from ill health, he was born in 1977, which means he would have been 40. No, he would have been in mid-30s. 33, 34. Ill health. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ill health. Sure. Views on independence. Arguments in favor of independence. Several proponents of independence state that the Uyghurs have had a defining history in Xinjiang for over 4,000 years. That's fine. I don't think this is a good argument for independence. A claim which has neither been proven nor disproven. I mean, yeah, it's pretty qualitative. I don't know how well you can prove that. There are historical arguments for the independence of Xinjiang, such as the argument that the People's Republic of China is a colonial occupier of Xinjiang rather than the sovereign state which has traditionally ruled over Xinjiang. That's probably valid. Evidence for this argument usually consists of claims that the PRC is not the legitimate successor state to either the ROC, now based in Taiwan, or the previous imperial dynasty of China, which is the Qing dynasty, or that previous regimes were also illegitimate. That to me seems like a little bit of a stretch. When I think of arguments in favor of independence, they usually sum up as we are a cultural, ethnic, or religious group that is being mistreated by the country that rules over us. We have a sense of independence and are willing to act on it. I think we could better advocate for our interests as a separate country. But the argument that the People's Republic of China is not a legitimate successor to the Republic of China, I don't know. Hold on. We have a Tankie in chat. You are downplaying the genocide done by the USA military's occupation of 5 countries in the name of fighting terrorism by calling the Xinjiang camps a genocide, but not the USA war on terrorism. Wait, am I a supporter of the USA war on terrorism? Is that a thing that I typically... Are you saying that I should be calling the invasion of Afghanistan genocide? So genocide usually involves the erasure of an ethnic or cultural group, or even if it doesn't mean their extermination, it can mean like the elimination of that culture, you know? So while what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan was abhorrent and criminal and every imaginable bad term you can use, I'm not comfortable with the term genocide because I don't think what we did in Afghanistan was part of some effort to eliminate their culture or their people. It was mostly about flexing power in the region in an effort to consolidate political interests. So that again, that's not me saying it's better than, okay? Genocide isn't like the number 10 ranking bad thing on a 1 to 10 list of bad things. They're just different descriptions of what can take place. So yeah, he said he wasn't talking to you? Oh, okay. Well, never mind then, chat. Don't bully that person. Arguments against independence. The main camp which is opposed to Xinjiang independence is the, you guessed it, government of China and its supporters. China officially claims that Xinjiang has always been a part of China since the year 60 BCE. This to me sounds like birthright shit. I don't like arguments like this. Again, to me, arguing over like, well, 2,000 years ago, my group, like, who cares? That's not. I care about the people today, the people today, their interests, their political rights, their enfranchisement, what they want. Stuff like this it always comes off really dicey. The sanctions against Iraq in the 1990s by the US were called genocide by a UN representative. Oh, that's totally possible. I would need to look into that. I was referring to the Iraq War. The Iraq War was caused by a number of things. I don't think the extermination of the Iraqi people was the intent or the goal of that process. They were called genocidal. I'd have to look into that. Bosh, we did want to eliminate their culture in a sense. We wanted to make them treat women better, for example. Okay, wait. I really don't want to get into the whataboutism here, but I need to be extremely clear about this, okay? I'm going to say this once, and then I'm not going to say this again, okay? Genocide is a very complicated subject. Its definition varies, and the ways you qualify whether or not something is or is not a genocide can be argued over. There isn't a hard line. So the reason why I call what's happening right now in China genocidal is because it seems like there's an extremely deliberate effort to A, target people by their ethnic or religious association, B, oppress them based on those characteristics, and C, explicitly target elements of their culture in an effort to illegalize or annihilate their ability to practice those elements of their culture. Now, obviously, this is also a matter of extent, because it's entirely possible that a state could do this to a relatively small group or to a very small extent, and that would also be bad. So I would rather than argue over what technically is or isn't a genocide, I would rather focus on this specific instance and whether what's happening right now in China is justified. That's what I care about most. Because otherwise, let's be real, Tankies do this shit all the time. You point out that something bad Stalin did or something bad China did, and they're like, well, where were you in 1967 when American troops did X or Y? You know, like, it's like, okay, yeah, I know. Okay, I know. We know America's bad. We know that's not what we're researching today. Yeah, I also don't think the U.S. was out there advocating for women's rights in Iraq, but I could be wrong on that one. Anyway, China claims Xinjiang has always belonged to China, even at times when it was occupied by several other countries. Historically, various Chinese governments have described invasions of Xinjiang as a sort of reconquest. That's convenient. Some Uyghur nationalist historians, such as Turko Almas, claims the Uyghurs were distinct and independent from Chinese for 6,000 years, and that all non-Uyghur people are non-indigenous immigrants to Xinjiang. However, the Han Dynasty established military colonies and commanderies to control Xinjiang from 120 BCE, while the Tang Dynasty also controlled much of Xinjiang until the An Lushan Rebellion. Chinese historians refute Uyghur nationalist claims by pointing out the 2,000-year history of Han settlement in Xinjiang, documenting the history of Mongol, Kazakh, Uzbek, Manchu, Hui, and Zibo indigenes in Xinjiang, and by emphasizing the relatively late westward migration of the Uyghur, equated with Uyghur by the PRC government, people from Mongolia in the 9th century. Okay, so we have a storied history. Isn't it crazy that America's existed for like 250 years and we thought we had history? God, do Chinese history classes in like high school, do they just last the entire like year, you know? Like that's your entire you have like period 1 history, period 2 history. I feel like so much to learn. Oh my god, it just goes the whole time forever. Um Chinese government views. The Chinese government considers all support for the East Turkestan independence movement to fall under the definitions of terrorism, extremism, and separatism. The Chinese government claims that the independence movement is largely funded and led by outside forces that seek to weaken China. That's a claim I've heard before. It further claims that despite such movements, Xinjiang has made great... Oh, actually, I want to say, by the way, this right here is a fundamentally fascist way of addressing cultural conflict within your society. If you're saying the only reason that there's cultural or ethnic conflict, or the only reason why there's separatist intent is because of foreign or outside influence, you're doing the exact same thing that McCarthyists did when they said that communism was the only reason that black people were suddenly asking for rights. You're doing the exact same thing, blah, blah, Jews, Hitler, etc., etc. This right here is a very, very common narrative, and it's done to unite the national interest against the ethnic population that is being referred to. It's essentially a way of saying, hey, listen, you may or may not have X or Y opinions on the Uyghur Muslims, but listen, you care about China, don't you? If you support the Uyghur Muslims, you're supporting anti-Chinese sentiments. Our enemies are circling the border, and we need to be strong to prevent them from weakening us. It's a really, really, really effective way of consolidating national interest, and it's a common tactic from fascist governments. It further claims that despite such movements, Xinjiang has made great economic strides, building up its infrastructure, improving its education system, and increasing its average life expectancy. One thing that I want to take a very quick look at is if I can see, hold on, average life expectancy, Uyghur, let's see. The average life expectancy in northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region has reached 74.4 years. That's actually pretty good for a marginalized community. Let me see. What is it in China in general? 76.7. So there's actually only a 2-year difference between the Uyghur Autonomous Zone and China in general. That's pretty impressive, all things considered. I want to see if we can get any broad econ stats on the Xinjiang province. Kind of get a feel for the level of development we're looking at. A lot of that is because of wealthy Easterners moving there, though. Yeah, I want to see what the demographics are like in the autonomous region. So the entire Xinjiang region is called the Autonomous Uyghur Region? Is that true? Oh, an autonomous region is a first-level administrative division of China. Okay, so autonomous region in this context does not mean autonomous the way I think autonomous. Okay, this definition of autonomous is not the one that I knew. All right, it's autonomous. Okay, gotcha. All right, okay. That makes a little more sense. Yeah, what exactly are you trying to figure out with this research? Everything. All right. Plus, people get really mad when I look at Wikipedia, so I'm mostly there to make them mad. Demographics, ethnic composure, 45.84% Uyghur, 40.48% Han. So almost 50-50. I mean, in the ballpark. 6.5% Kazakh, so about 45% could be what we call, I don't know, homeland colonial Chinese, and the rest being the more indigenous people that live there. You could at least check the footnotes too. We're going to be here for hours. This is just the first step. You know, people complain about, actually, hold on. I can actually say this as an academic, okay? I can actually lay this one out. Wikipedia is a valid source. Unironically, Wikipedia articles will usually contain a fairly comprehensive description of an idea in its body, and then you can check the citations below. Wikipedia is generally really, really good about purging disinformation. It's one of the best resources we have on Earth for acquiring information. People only shit talk Wikipedia when they don't like the stuff in the articles, so rather than dismiss the content of the articles, they dismiss the academic legitimacy of Wikipedia. It's a weak baby bitch boy tactic. I do not... Vosh, it's easy to recognize, to vandalize. Not really, no. Generally, Wikipedia is really good at catching those. There was a study done a little while ago about Wikipedia's rate of errorship, and it actually fell within the same standard deviation as those used by encyclopedias that get published, so ones that don't even have group editing, which means that the group editing process in Wikipedia keeps its level of quality and disinformation within the same range that you would expect from a company that unilaterally collected all this info. Oh yeah, now this is mostly on major articles, of course. If we're talking like stub pages or something with like 2 paragraphs, then not so much. But these subjects are better covered. So let's take a look really quick, and I want to look at geography and geology. We can learn. Dude, Vosh, come on, correct the record. Kazakhs are also Muslim Turkic. What? Not all Han Chinese in Xinjiang are new or colonists. That sounds really weird. And 2, Kazakhs are Turkic. Wait. I don't know. They're not Han colonials? I didn't say they were Han colonials, did I? Didn't I say it was about 50-50? Did I say the Kazakhs were Han colonials? I don't think I did. What? No, I'm pretty sure I didn't say that. You grouped Kazakhs in with colonials? No, I don't think I did. If I implied otherwise, then... No, I'm blaming all of you. Yes, you did. Do I have to look back? All right, hold on. Wait, hold on. Everyone who thinks I did, type 1 in chat. You're staking a ban. Because I'm going to look back at the VOD. You're staking a ban on it. Okay. Let's take a look. Probably back 5 minutes. I don't know. They're not information. Have on colonial Chinese, and the rest being the 6.5% Kazakh. So about 45% could be what we call, I don't know, homeland colonial Chinese, and the rest being the more indigenous people that live there. So I didn't say it. You inferred that I was saying that because I said Kazakh and then there was a 40% Han, but what about the Hui? What about the other? You inferred that. I never explicitly said that. Nope. Wait. Fuck, I'm an idiot. I can't nuke people who say 1. You said 45? Yeah, not that 40 and that 5. All right. Nice try, losers. Help, Nightbot is a fash. Wait, what is Nightbot doing in YouTube chat? Hold on. Did I not code those things? Wait, did I not? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I hear that Nightbot is being very mean. Okay. I'm disabling Nightbot's moderation functions because I'm busy right now. Okay, chill. There. It should settle itself in a couple minutes when the server updates. All right. There we go. All right. We're learning. We're learning lots of stuff. We are Muslims, so they aren't necessarily colonial. I didn't say... Did I say? I'm going to kill myself. Stop. These numbers don't even add up to 45. You just inferred. I get it. You little wokelets. You're all so brave for adding information. I appreciate it. Chill, okay? Oh my god. Oh, wait, I can't say that on Twitch. In a video game, sorry. In Minecraft. Okay. Description. Xinjiang consists of two main geographically, historically, and ethnically distinct regions with different historical names. The Zungaria, north of Tianshan Mountains, and the Sarim Basin, south of Tianshan Mountains, before Queen China. Xinjiang is a large, sparsely populated area spanning over 1.6 million square kilometers, comparable in size to Iran, which takes up about 1/6 of the country's territory. Xinjiang borders the Tibet Autonomous Region and India's Leh district in Ladakh to the south. And it borders a lot of things, apparently. Okay, early history, we kind of got a feel for that earlier. Let's take a look at the People's Republic of China. During the Li Rebellion, the Soviet Union backed Uyghur separatists. What? Wait, what? The Soviet Union backed Uyghur separatists to form the Second East Turkestan Republic in the Ili region, while most of Xinjiang remained under Kuomintang control. The People's Liberation Army entered Xinjiang in 1949 when Kuomintang commander Tao Zhihui and government chairman Burhan Shahidi surrendered the province to them. 5 ETR leaders who were to negotiate with the Chinese about ETR sovereignty died in an air crash that year in the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. The PRC Autonomous Region was established on the 1st of October in 1955, replacing the province. That year, Uyghurs were 73% of Xinjiang's total population of 5.11 million. Though Xinjiang was designated a Uyghur Autonomous Region since 1954, more than half of its area is designated autonomous areas for 13 native non-Uyghur groups. Modern Uyghurs developed ethnogenesis in 1955, the formation and development of an ethnic group, when the PRC recognized formally separately self-identified Oasis peoples. Southern Xinjiang is home to most of the Uyghur population, about 9 million people, 90% of the Han population, mainly urban, living in northern Xinjiang. Okay, this created an economic imbalance since the northern Zhonghar Basin is more developed than the south. Interesting. Since Chinese economic reform since the late 1970s has exacerbated uneven economic development, more Uyghurs have migrated to Xinjiang cities and some Han have migrated to Xinjiang for economic advancement. Deng Xiaoping, Dengist comrades, made a 9-day visit to Xinjiang in 1981 and described the region as unsteady. Increased ethnic contact and labor competition coincided with Uyghur terrorism since the 1990s. In 2000, Uyghurs were 45% of Xinjiang's population and 13% of Urumqi's population. With 9% of Xinjiang's population, Urumqi accounts for 25% of the region's GDP. Interesting. Is this a sub-region? Here we're getting to it. A prefecture-level city. The capital of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in the far northwest, a major hub on the Silk Road during the China's Tang Dynasty. Interesting. With an estimated population of, holy shit, 3.5 million. What's the total population of Xinjiang again? About 25 million. Wow. So much of the population. 12 million? It says right here, population about 25 million. 12 million is the Uyghur population within Xinjiang. That's not a big city for China? No, but it feels pretty big in the Xinjiang province, considering how large and sparse it is. And it means that a very large amount of the wealth in this autonomous region is concentrated in that city. I wonder what the demographics for this city are. Han Chinese, 75%. Uyghur, 13%. Yep. We've seen this story in countries all around the world, haven't we? So even though Uyghur Muslims make up half of the Xinjiang province, they only make up 13 Despite making up 50% of the population, they represent only 13% of the city's demographics. Oh, we've seen that's a dark mirror, isn't it? Um, be interested in learning more about this. It's been a multi-ethnic city from the time of the Qing conquest. About 3 million people live here. The economy is, I assume, booming. Air quality and pollution. Yeah. Ching. Okay, Ching, not Qing. We're gonna keep doing this. Okay. With 9% of Xinjiang's population, Urumqi accounts for 25% of the region's GDP. Many rural Uyghurs have migrated to the city for work in its light, heavy, and petrochemical industries. Han and Xinjiang are older, better educated, and work in higher paying professions than their Uyghur counterparts. Han are more likely to cite business reasons for moving to Urumqi, while some Uyghurs cite legal trouble at home and family reasons for moving to the city. That's interesting. Migration, modernization, and ethnic estrangement. Uyghur migration to Urumqi, Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Region, PRC. Only works if you load. In the PRC, sure. Minority nationality peoples have the same formal rights as Han Chinese. However, in Xinjiang, Urumqi, the modernization project is taking precedence over ethnic harmony as recruitment practices are increasingly disadvantaging the Uyghurs despite earlier affirmative action policies. Ethnographic and survey research among Urumqi floating population indicates that the Uyghurs are excluded from several sectors, earn lower incomes, and reside in poorer accommodations than Han Chinese, from whom they remain spatially and socially segregated. As the state increasingly relies on the invisible hand of the market, I don't like abstracts and articles to have terms like this. This is a term of fancy. It's purple prose. I don't know if I like using terminology like this. So the commodification of labor relations and property is amplifying social rifts between nationalities. The commodification of labor. Is this a leftist paper? The way this is being written. The commodification of labor relations and property is amplifying social rifts between nationalities. Uneven regional relations and developments prompts Han people to migrate into Xinjiang and Uyghurs to migrate to the cities within Xinjiang, bringing these two ethnic groups into competition within a labor market. This has resulted in an ethnic division of labor that exacerbates inter and intra-ethnic tensions. Interesting. Xinjiang has 81 public library, 23 museums, compared to none in 1949. Okay. Immunization rate has reached 85%. The ratio of doctors, medical workers, clinics, and hospital beds to the general population has surpassed the national average. That's nice. The ongoing Xinjiang conflict includes the 2007 Xinjiang raid, a thwarted 2008 suicide bombing attempt on the China Southern Airline flight, 2008 Kashgar attack. So quite a few things, on and on. And then we have the Turkmenistan Islamic Party being name dropped again. According to Human Rights Watch, Chinese authorities have operated Xinjiang Reeducation Camps to indoctrinate Uyghurs and other Muslims as part of a people's war on terror since 2017. The camps have been criticized by a number of countries and human rights orgs for abuse and mistreatment, with some alleging Uyghur genocide. And I guess we should probably get to that soon, shouldn't we? In 2020, Chinese Communist Party General Secretary Xi Jinping affirmed the party's policies on Xinjiang. Practice has proven that the party's strategy for governing Xinjiang in the new era is completely correct. That's a little bit suspect. All right. Well, I feel like we now know a little bit more about the Uyghur people. We know a little bit more about the Xinjiang Autonomous Region. So let's take a look at the baseline content on the wow, that's a big article on the Uyghur genocide. And after that, we're going to take a look at individual sources. We're going to see which of these sources are Western imperialist propaganda. Which of these sources are legitimate? Which ones come from sources that you can trust? Which ones come from others? And I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. The Uyghur Genocide is the ongoing series of human rights abuses perpetrated by the Chinese government against the Uyghur people and other ethnic and religious minorities in and around the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, also known as the Zur of the PRC. Since 2014, under the direction of the CCP, the Chinese government has, during the administration of Xi Jinping, pursued policies leading to more than 1 million Muslims, the majority of them being Uyghurs, being held in secretive internment camps without any legal process. Those are some pretty strong claims, especially secretive. Let's take a look at the listed sources and see which one of them, which are CIA. So this is an Al Jazeera article. 1 million Muslim Uyghurs held in secret China camps from a UN panel. Vice chairperson of Anti-Discrimination Committee says members of ethnic community treated as enemies of the state. More than 1 million Uyghur Muslims are estimated to be in detention in counter-extremism centers in China's far west, the vice chairperson of a United Nations Anti-Discrimination Committee has said, citing credible reports. What reports? That's kind of what I'm interested in. Gay McDougal made the comments on Friday. Let's see. Something. No right zone. Today hearing. Different figures. In remarks, McDougal said that most of these people never been properly charged with the crime or tried in court. While McDougal did not cite her sources, the numbers of people forced into detention and into re-education matched a report that the network of Chinese human rights defenders submitted to the committee. So she didn't cite her sources, but the claims that she made were matched by claims that were sourced by the network of Chinese human rights defenders. So we're going to be interested in seeing their creds later on. Let's see. A submission by the Human Rights Watch advocacy group said there were at least tens of thousands in political education centers. Tens of thousands and 1 million are different numbers. I wonder if the 1 million means in total have been detention centered, and the tens of thousands mean those who are currently in detention. That might be the case. It could be a temporal difference. McDougal also cited reports, okay, so we are getting some citations, suggesting Chinese authorities are persecuting people for using Muslim greetings, possessing halal food, or for having long beards or headscarves. I'll have to take a look at that as well. Let's take a look at one of these other claims. The Chinese cable's leak reveals the scale of Beijing's repressive control over Xinjiang. A leaked cache of, here we go, a leaked cache of secret Chinese government documents reveals how authorities in Xinjiang red-flagged 23 Australian citizens during a security crackdown that consigned tens of thousands of people to arbitrary detention and mass indoctrination. So these documents, are these the documents that somebody in chat referred to earlier? Dating from 2017, are part of a collection of highly classified Chinese government papers. They were obtained by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. What a based profession. Oh my God. Well, now we run into the problem that I do not know how to read Mandarin. I assume this is Mandarin and not Cantonese. Download English. Hold on, let me take a look. It's written the same for both? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. It's Sugandese. Yeah, okay. Ted Sundays in YouTube chat. Hello, Ted. Or Tay, not Ted. Tay. Sorry. Red Ted. Hello, Tay. Let's see. 4 bulletins written in Chinese are secret government intelligence briefings. The bulletins lay out the connection between mass surveillance and the Xinjiang camps. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go, guys. We have some. We can. Oh my God, we're getting to the source of this. I feel like a journalist right now. Okay, hold on. Number 14, number 20, number 9, and number 2. Let's get started. These are English translations. Now, I'm going to have to trust the translations on this. You can Google Translate web pages. That is not a reliable way of interpreting government documents, okay? My God. Okay. Handwritten. Please dispatch quickly to party secretaries of various local political and legal affairs commissions so they can arrange examinations. Integrated Joint Operation Platform Daily Essentials Bulletin. Autonomous Regional Party Committee Command for cracking down and assaulting on the front lines. So this is a confidential document circulating within the Communist Party. Let's see. Integrated Platform Screening found there are currently 1,535 people from Xinjiang who obtained foreign nationality and are applying for Chinese visas, including 344 in Turkey, see attachment, including 379 people in Urumqi, 34 in Hotan, 9 in Hami, 14 in Altay, so on. Among the above-mentioned personnel, 637 have recorded entries into the country since June 1st, 2016, see attachment, of which 75 are determined to be in the country. One person is a fugitive. Some people have close ties with key people, see attachment. This is kind of spooky to read. And for 562 people, because of the possibility of multiple identities and other issues, it cannot be ruled out that they are still active in the country. Of the 75 people, 26 are Turkish, 23 are Australian. I guess those 23 Australians are the reasons why we have these documents. 3 American, 5 Swedish, 2 New Zealanders, 1 from the Netherlands, 3 from Uzbekistan, 2 from the United Kingdom, 5 Canadian, 3 Finnish, 1 French, and 1 from Kyrgyzstan. All prefectures should fully draw on grassroots stability maintenance forces and 10 households joint defense. Note, this is a kind of grassroots unit where the CPP organizes 10 households together into a defensive unit and combine it with integrated platform and series to analyze these 1,535 people who've obtained foreign nationality and applied for Chinese visas, especially those 637 people who've recorded entry in the past 1 year and who should be investigated one by one. For those who have already canceled their citizenship and for whom suspected terrorism cannot be ruled out, they should be deported. For those who haven't canceled their citizenship and for those for whom suspected terrorism cannot be ruled out, they should first be placed into concentrated education and training and examined. For those who haven't canceled their citizenship and are suspected of terrorism and can't be ruled out, how do you prove a negative? They should be placed into concentrated education, training, and examination. The integrated platform, what's up? The integrated platform screening found there are 4,341 Xinjiang people abroad who have obtained valid certificates in our embassies and consulates, including 607, Turkey, see attachment, so on and so on and so forth. Among the above-mentioned personnel, 1,707 people have not yet left the country, including so and so many. All prefectures should draw on grassroots stability maintenance forces and 10 household joint defenses and combine it with integrated platform in series to analyze these 4,000 and so people who have obtained valid certificates in our embassies and consulates abroad, especially the 1,707 people who have not yet left the country. And then we have it again. For those who have entered the country and for whom suspected terrorism cannot be ruled out, they should first be placed into concentrated education and training for examination. So again, we're talking about the Chinese government, which we know has a hard-on for oppressing the Uyghur Muslim population, and who we know associates the Uyghur Muslim population with Islamic extremist groups in the region, saying that if you can't rule them out for terrorism, then hey, that's all you need to place them into education, training for examination. In the future, apart from those verified by public security organs for any person originally from Xinjiang, who obtains foreign nationality or a foreign passport, applies for a visa or at our Chinese embassies or consulates abroad, or for any Xinjiang people who applies for replacements of valid documents at our Chinese embassies or consulates abroad, the local party committee, political and legal committee, should take the lead, fully take advantage of grassroots stability maintenance forces and 10 household joint defense and the integrated platform and series to analyze them, strengthen research and judgment. And for those whom suspected terrorism cannot be ruled out, border control should be implemented to carry out arrest or to refuse approval. So if I'm interpreting this correctly, if I understand this properly, it seems like what they're doing is they're identifying a list of suspect individuals. What a time to nuke sus. And they're saying that if you cannot rule out the possibility of terrorist activity from within these groups, then they should be detained, arrested, and put in concentrated education camps. And what's more, they are doing this in part through this 10 households joint defense system. This is a kind of grassroots unit where the CPP organizes 10 households together into a defensive unit. Now, chat, I'm looking for a bit of clarification on this one. When they say household, do they really mean household? Like a house? Are we saying that the Chinese government is taking essentially like a neighborhood watch approach to this, where you have groups of residential houses and organize them into blocks, or does household mean something else in this context? Because I imagine it means something else. It seems unlikely that they would take this decentralized approach. Let me see if I can Google it. We're looking for the households joint defense. Households joint defense, China. This is interesting. Oh, here we go. Bitter Winter recently spoke to residents in Shanghai regarding new government policy known as the 10 household joint defense. Wait, does this actually just mean? Does this literally just mean? To implement this program, authorities issued a joint defense responsibility statement. According to that, the Han people are supposed to be, oh shit, it is, on the lookout for any Uyghur wearing clothing with crescent and star symbols, people with beards or face coverings, and any other suspicious individuals. Yeah, it's a neighborhood watch program, and they're supposed to be on the lookout for Uyghur Muslims. This is some unironic, like, gold star shit. This is one of the most effective ways to perpetrate a genocide, by the way. Rather than having troops marching down the streets, you just try to wrangle up the people on your side and get them to do your snitching for you. At the station, they were forced. The alarm went off in July. Miss Yu and a group of joint defense households couldn't get their red armbands on in time, and as a result, reached the spot a few minutes late. Immediately, the authorities penalized the 10 households by shutting down their shops for 3 days. Holy shit. So the Chinese government has drills for people who are enlisted in this neighborhood watch program, and if they aren't on spot, their businesses get shut down and their people get detained? This is like unironic, like USSR shit. This is like KGB tier shit. At the station, they were forced to memorize the counterterrorism law of the People's Republic of China and weren't allowed to leave until they could recite it properly. The police also cited Article 91 of the law, which says, those who refuse to cooperate with the relevant departments for counterterrorism safety precautions, intelligence investigation, and response tasks will face a maximum penalty of 100,000, and 15 days in detention. Okay. So I want to look at the counterterrorism law of the People's Republic of China. I want to look at that. And I want to take a look at this site. What's the source for this? This is The Bitter Winter, a magazine on religious liberty and human rights. Can we check bias? Bitter Winter bias. Not bass. Bias. Thank you. The Chinese government has called Bitter Winter an overseas hostile group and instructed its intelligence agency, the Ministry of State Security, to investigate the group. Huh. Why is China attacking Bitter Winter? Okay, so China doesn't like Bitter Winter. That does not mean that they're biased. We know the Chinese government is going to oppose them if they're bringing attention to stuff like this. Do we have a source on this? Is there one listed at the bottom? Oh, wait, they have documents listed here. Riot gear, security wire netting, one button alarm, and this. Fuck! If I could only translate this. This is probably the document they hand out to the enlistees. The Joint Defense Responsibility Statement. I need to see this. Hold on. I need an English translation on that document. Gen. Joint defense responsibility statement. Joint defense. This is somebody going by a pseudonym? Yeah, it's... This is the organization that runs Bitter Winter. It could be the org is biased, but I need to see if the information is incorrect. Cesnur is a non-profit org based in Italy that studies new religious movements and opposes the anti-cult movement. Wait, so are they a pro-cult movement? Cesnur has been described as the highest profile lobbying and information group for controversial religions. Oh, I think I get it. Hey guys, we've talked about this before. Hey, tell me, which cult-like religious group has a beef with the CCP that might be interested in shedding light on the Uyghur Muslim genocide to delegitimize the Chinese government? Yep, the Falun Gong. Let me see if these people have an association with it. Yep, the Falun Gong are listed as a new religious movement, one of the ones that will fall under the purview of things they defend. Interesting. So that would mean, so an organization that at least in part serves the interests of the Falun Gong, because this is based in Italy, not in China. So this isn't a Falun Gong organization, but it's an organization that at least has a relationship to the Falun Gong. Has a subdivision called the Bitter Winter, and they're shedding light on this. Does that mean the information is incorrect? Not necessarily, but that's important info to keep in mind. All right, we know that now. I feel invigorated. Research is actually really fun once you get into it, okay? We're going to learn so much shit today. Okay, so I really want to learn about this joint defense responsibility statement because they have a picture of it in the document right here. Like this right here. I could translate it, but I really don't want to rely on an algorithmic translation. I would really prefer to see if I can find something that's been translated by authorities. Joint Defense Responsibility Statement. And this is for what program as well? This is for the 10 household joint defense. So let's go 10 household joint defense responsibility statement China. The first link that when that comes up is from bitterwinter.org. Do we have anything else? I don't see anything else here. We might have to rely on a translation. Translate image. Can I get a translation service? Translate image. Select the file and drag it here. Just give me one moment. Oh my god, we have so many tabs open. Hold on. We'll get through all of it. Don't worry. Get in your Discord, link me. Guys, I appreciate it. I'm sorry, but I can't trust a chatter. You guys understand that, right? Okay, cool. So I uploaded the image and it translated it to Russian. Let's help me out a little here, okay? English. Okay, here we go. This isn't going to be perfect. We're just going to get a feeling for it, okay? The best we can do. Business households, 10 households joint insurance responsibility book. Oh, this is going to be rough. Whew. Under the new trend, wait, you can use deep L. It's better than other translators. I'll show you a deep L. No, this translates text. We need to translate an image. That's what makes it hard. Okay, hold on. In accordance with the requirement of the streetcar office in the district to establish a 10 union insurance detailed governance, 10 households as a group, we're only getting bits of this. You can select text there. Let's just focus on this, okay? Anti-fan situation, improve police damage, general observation, Timely alarm general in the prevention range. In case of cold and quiet, brave in the resistance. This is good. There's an option to translate docs. Yeah, documents as in PDFs with clearly laid out text that have text files that you can strip from the code. We're just looking at an image. We're looking at a photo of a piece of paper. Okay? Cold brave the resistance. Help weapons, effective self-defense. Information communication, timely reporting, shop information card. Is there anything in here about Uyghur Muslims? 10 households develop the flow, townhouse, finally a long term. Oh, here we go. Suspicious persons such as star and moon clothing, young people with large huzi, veils, and so on should pay greater attention. That's it right there. This makes it pretty clear. This document explicitly tells the people who sign up for this program to engage in ethnic and religious discrimination. Yeah, huzi, this means beard. I'm guessing contextually. Huzi, beard in Chinese. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that's a confirmation right there. Unless this document was just 100% faked, but I mean, so because this came, it seems, from a whistleblower, we have no way of officially 100% verifying the authenticity of this document. However, I think given its contents and what we know from other more directly reliable sources, I think that this is a good hint in the right direction. This is a piece of information that we should consider, okay? You can verify it has the seal / stamp at the bottom. You can't fake those. I'm sure you can fake that. Also, it's really blurry, so, you know. If I can get an HD copy of the Joint Defense Responsibility Statement at some point, that would be preferable. Yeah, Vosh, but critics will use that against you. We're talking about investigating the truth behind a secretive ethnic crackdown being committed by an authoritarian government with, let's say, a very negative opinion on freedom of speech. None of the information that we're going to be using here is going to be like there's going to be ambiguity. That's the point. That's the reason why authoritarian governments do what they do, to make it harder to certify all these things. But the more we learn, the more information we pile together, the stronger a narrative we have, the easier a case we have. Now, we have information on this 10 household joint defense plan. And it seems like, from what we can tell, the documents associated with it are pretty explicitly telling people to profile and to inform authorities if they see people who look like Uyghur Muslims. Now, that to me is pretty fucking damning right off the bat. Now, the term 10 household joint defense is used both here in Bitter Winters. It's mentioned here in a Twitter post, which links to Bitter Winter. I'm going to need to see the 10 household joint defense program cited or mentioned from a source that isn't Bitter Winter to be comfortable with that. I need more than that. If it's well known enough, then it should be used elsewhere. There should be some other institutions that are referring to its existence. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Okay. We were also going to look at the counterterrorism law of the PRC. I'm not actually going to read the legislation. Look below, there's an ICIJ link. Yeah, but it doesn't have the... This is the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. These are the people who led to the... Nope, wrong one. Who led to the leak of these documents. Oh, God, we have so many, like, threads that we have to keep it together here. Oh, God. Exposed. China's operating manuals for mass internment and arrest by algorithm. A new leak of highly classified Chinese government documents reveals the operations manual for running the mass detention camps in Xinjiang and exposed the mechanics of the region's systems of mass surveillance. Okay, so this refers to the documents that we weren't finished looking at. Okay, so this article is citing and defending the authenticity of the documents that they leaked because of the Australians that were in China and targeted for suspicion by the Chinese government. So we need to take a look at that now. Okay, hold on. We took a look at this. We took a look at this. And by the way, in these leaked documents right here, we do have a reference to the 10 households joint defense plan. Now, unless these government documents are completely fabricated, which I do not think is the case, or the translation here is so shoddy that there are the entire organizations are being made up out of thin air, I think the existence of these documents lend credibility to the idea that this 10 household joint defense plan is a thing that really exists, A, and that B, it is a system that the Chinese government uses to prompt their citizens to C, participate in surveillance against Uyghur Muslims. Does everyone think that's a valid claim to make at this point? So the affirmative that we have is the reference here in the leaked documents being leaked through the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, and, exposed to public scrutiny, and then subsequent leaks done by whistleblowers in China, who we can see describing the specific methodologies used by the people who are a part of this program. I feel comfortable in that assertion, but we're going to keep learning, okay? We're not done. Here's the second document. Disconnect situation clues. 1. Found that from September 2015 to June 19th of this year, at least 4,000 or so people have used the same ID card to open an account and shut it down at least 3 times. The household registration is 1,300 people, so on, specific. Since January 1st of this year, through the strengthening of network blocks, the removal of harmful software, the adjustment of identification models, and the strengthening of strict measures, etc., we have effectively curbed the momentum of domestic and foreign communication. Domestic and foreign communication has dropped to less than 10 people. That's interesting, that's a thing they're trying to cut down on. Up to now, 9.13 has been shut down for a total of 1,552 people. Details are as follows, and then the household registrations. All localities should immediately accept the above-mentioned personnel and review them one by one. If any are suspected of terrorism, it is necessary to fix the evidence and strike according to law in a timely manner. Yeesh. Be sure to report feedback on detention within 3 days of issuing the notification. So I'm guessing that some effort here is being made to curtail the spread of information within China, and this is a document which is saying that the state has an interest in investigating potential associations to terrorism from people who are still communicating. Fix the evidence is a very, very weird term there that I am not comfortable with. Here we go. So when you type in the Chinese term for the 10 households joint insurance, it comes up in xinhuanet.com, which I am so capable of reading. Oh, here we go. Thank you. News from this newspaper, all media reporter Qi Yu, correspondent Huang Shuilin. Through the 10 households joint guarantee, no anesthetic drug production den was found. Oh, interesting. Is the 10 households joint guarantee something that they do for general, like, social crackdowns? So they do it for the war on drugs as well? That's interesting. Hey, just like how in the United States, the drug war was used as a pretense to crack down on civil rights protests and anti-war protests. This is state media? Exactly, it's state media. Perfect. Good. So this is what they're willing to admit to. We know the program exists, and we know they're using it in a way which directly corresponds to ways in which ethnic communities in other countries have been cracked down on. This is painting a pretty clear picture of how they use this. Now, of course, in state media, they're not going to talk about how they're using it to be on the lookout for people with beards in the Xinjiang province, but still, that is interesting. We'll look more into that soon. Is everyone having fun so far? People have been asking for a research stream for a while, and how to like parse out information. I hope this is enlightening to some of you. It's been a while since I've done this. It's just a process of running through the evidence that you have available and then trying to deduce what you can while assigning an appropriate level of credibility to different pieces of info. It's easy to research on historical topics because the details are there in stone, you know, like you have the info. But when we're talking about ongoing stuff where parts of information are being concealed by governments, it's much, much, much harder to figure everything out. Will this go on the doc? I'll release this as a video, but this is a little bit too incoherent for it to be like a document, you know? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll think about it. Let's one at a time. Okay, one at a time. Okay, so we've seen this now. We're now familiar with this document. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. 4 southern Xinjiang states integrated platform data notification and check situation. Oh god, indigestion. According to Comrade Zhu Lulun's research and investigation of the integration platform construction in Kejiao on June 19th, the autonomous region should actively and quantitatively push data on the prefectures and follow the whole process to track the effectiveness. It can be promoted in the southern Xinjiang, the operation requirements. Keep in mind, southern Xinjiang is where the Uyghur Muslims mostly are. The 4 local state party committees pay attention to it and conscientiously implement it. From June 19th to the 25th, the integrated platform of the 4 states of southern Xinjiang notified the county and city governments of 24,000 suspicious persons. Jesus. Including 16,000 in Kashgar, 3,000 in Hotan, etc., etc. After conducting verification and handling work, 706 were criminally detained. 15,683 were sent to education and training. That's pretty explicit right there. Oh, we don't need to interpret very much on that one, do we? All they need is suspicions, and that justifies detainment and forced re-education. Because keep in mind, we're talking about the Chinese government here. If there was real proof of these 24,000 peoples having done something illegal, it would be listed here. Suspicion, the fact that that's the term they use, indicates they don't have anything to pin on them. But the suspicion is all they need. Whereas here in the glorious United States of America, as it so happens, we actually can't be thrown in re-education camps, to my knowledge. The worst we have over here is that sometimes people get detained by the police without being let go. Usually we get calls from our lawyer, you know, we get to call our lawyer, so on and so forth. Not to say our system is perfect, but you know, certainly not this bad. The results of the verification feedback reflected 6 problems. First, there is a problem of those who are long-term residents. Oh, also, some were put under preventative surveillance. Anyway, second, there are problems with cell phones that aren't registered with real names and people who don't match with their IDs. Third, there are problems with people using others' identifications documents and their ID being inconsistent. Fourth, there is the problem that the person is dead and unsearchable, but their documents are still being used by other people. Fifth, there is the problem that public officials, university students are difficult to handle. Imagine if there was a leaked government document in America where they were talking about dealing with suspicious persons, and there was an official notation in that document talking about how public officials and students, you know, famously progressive student populations being difficult to handle. 6, there was the problem of those who are unknown and unable to be checked. The above-mentioned problems have caused the verification work to both be ignored and a fearful mood to be serious, with no tackling and checking, mediocre handling, and with real hidden risks that still cannot be eliminated. Requirements for the next working step. First, attach great importance to it and overcome difficulties. The problematic people includes, identified by the integrated platform, are major hidden risks that affect stability. Persons or clues that are difficult to check are risks within risks, hidden dangers in hidden dangers. Very allegorical here. That's maybe just how the Chinese write. I don't know. All prefectures and cities must attach great importance to them, be vigilant, and do a good job of implementation in strict accordance with the requirements of the Autonomous Regional Party Committee Command for cracking down and assaulting on the front lines. I want to see this. Is this an official policy? This is going to take a second to type. Autonomous Regional Party Committee Command for cracking down and assaulting on the front lines. Okay. Here's from the CBC. They can find out about anything. Leaked documents show China's surveillance of Uyghurs worldwide. Oh, God. Can't you just Control-C, Control-V? Nope, can't highlight this. It's an image, not a text document. So this is referring to the documents that we're looking at here, and we're looking for the term, let's just go for command. Here's what it's named. Shows China was closely monitoring 75 of the Uyghurs who had attained foreign citizenship and were believed to be in China at the time. They're even monitoring foreign citizens if they're Uyghurs. Jesus. It cannot be ruled out they're still active in the country. Personal ID verification should be inspected one by one. Okay, so when they refer to it here, they're referring to the document we're currently reading. There's not some other program they're referring to. And must especially put effort in the hard work of tackling difficulties, etc., etc. Second, combine special groups with detailed verification. All prefectures should adhere to the combination of special groups, give full play to the role of the grassroots security forces, such as public security organs, grassroots organizations, visiting and working groups, and 10 household joint defense. There it is again. There it is again. We're seeing it again. And must work according to the notice released by the integrated platform technology to enter households, visit, inquire, and investigate thoroughly. What does that mean? Integrated platform technology to enter households. Is this referring to some kind of digital surveillance? I imagine so. At the same time, it's necessary to enter the information of the unsatisfactory and unreliable people into the integrated platform for technical control and periodically complete and update so the 5 senses systems. What fucking Illuminati bullshit is this? Jesus Christ. Can be warned in a timely manner, and the social stability maintenance forces will be linked together to effectively bring into place functions such as inspections, prevention and control, data collection, etc., to prevent problems before they happen. This is what's the name of that movie? It had Tom Cruise in it, I think. What's the name of the movie? Prevent Crime Before It Happens? Minority Report. That's it. Was that Tom Cruise? Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. At the same time, it is necessary to clarify situations in which the household registrations have been moved, etc., etc. Third, handle things, put measures placed according to classifications. I'm going to read this really quickly myself. Prefectures, handle according to different degrees of methods, such as criminal detention, education and training, retain and interrogate, and prevention and control. There are many different types of tags for one person, especially when people form gangs, and many people in the gang have tags that raise that hazard risk level and raise the disposal measures. For problematic people in the area, it is necessary to give feedback on the measures taken. For problematic people not in the area, they should be explained where they are, concretely whether they're overseas, outside Xinjiang, but inside China, or inside Xinjiang, as well as the management and control measures being taken against them. So this is essentially a description of a program where the Chinese government is making an effort to specifically surveil people of interest, mostly people, it seems, who are identified through the 10 Households program, which is trained to largely identify and label suspicious people of Uyghur Muslim ethnicity. So, okay, it's all coming together now, okay? So this is a broader operation designed to collect and respond to information that is provided to them by that aforementioned 10 Households program, which is a decentralized, effectively neighborhood watch system where citizens of China are encouraged to report to local officials if they see suspicious activity. And a list of that suspicious activity includes stuff like wearing a star or green or having a beard or certain types of clothing and food. Way too early and way too reliant on weird translations. I feel like so far this is fairly compelling information. These documents were leaked by a fairly reliable source. I don't think that these translations are inaccurate, and what we've seen in these translations seems to correlate to other bits of information we have and paint a pretty reliable picture of what we're looking at. I mean, you can scream Western propaganda at any piece of information if you really, really want to, but this seems like fairly compelling evidence. So let's keep. Let's see. Households have moved, people have left. So this is about what to do if they've moved. Fourth, pay attention to preserving and fixing evidence of crimes. In order to facilitate crackdowns, local public security organs should preserve evidence data in a timely manner and digitize in a timely manner. In particular, data on the suspect's behavior and relationships should be combined to form a chain of evidence and transferred to the prosecutors and courts. At the same time, while carrying out reconnaissance and investigation work, grassroots stability maintenance forces should pay attention to the search for illegal propaganda materials, violent audio and video, explosive materials, and other criminal evidence. So this grassroots stability maintenance forces, I think they're referring to the people who are a part of that 10 households programs. Grassroots stability maintenance forces was a term used in conjunction with that program in the past. So they're being told to look out for these things in addition to stuff we've seen out elsewise. This checks out as a translation. Yeah, that's the impression that I'm getting from this. If this is a poor translation, then it's managed quite a bit of technical fidelity in spite of its poor translation. This seems compelling. Anyway, we have one more leaked document to take a look at. If excavation numbers, reduction numbers, shoveling soil, situation clues. According to the deployment requirements of the Party Committee of the Autonomous Region of the Excavation Numbers, Reduction Numbers, Shoveling Soil, targeting violent terrorist and extremist elements who use Kwai-Ya software to spread audio and video with violent terrorist characteristics, the Autonomous Region's integrated platform conducted screening and analysis of Kwai-Ya software users and discovered that from July 7th, 2016 to present, the total number of software users is 1.8 million. And then they specify the ethnicity afterwards. That's kind of interesting. The total number of this software users is 1.8 million Uyghur. That's kind of weird, you know? Rather than maybe this is a semantic thing, but phrasing it that way makes it's just odd. Anyway, among which there were 4,000 unauthorized imams in the 4 states of Kashgar, Hotan, Aksu, and Kizao, 5,576 people associated with the unauthorized imams. How severe of a crime is that? Operating as an unauthorized imam? I imagine the Chinese government is probably strict on licensing that. Kwai-Ya is a peer-to-peer file sharing application that allows users to transfer files of any size and any format without need of an internet connection. It's banned in Xinjiang. I see. So this is one of the ways the brave freedom fighters in China try to communicate with one another without the big brother looking down on them, basically. I'd imagine that's basically the case, yeah. Yeah, they regulate religion pretty heavily, I imagine. Okay. 72 people associated with the Hijrat and 594 people associated with those who have left the country and haven't returned for a long time. Among related people, there are about 300 fugitives, 26,000 criminal detainees. Hey, is that the same number of criminal detainees that were listed during the previous... hold on. Was it this paper? No, this was about 16,000 sent to education and training. This could be a part of that number. About 3,000 unauthorized imams, 38 unidentified persons, 214 who left the country illegally. Mod, nukes us. Just nuke it for the whole stream. 301 people who have left the country and haven't returned for a long time. Disconnected targets who have shut down more than 3 times. 32 people who have joined terrorist orgs such as the East Turkestan Islamic movement. I like that. Guys, do you see the proportions that we're dealing with right now? 1.8 million Uyghur Muslims use this app in this province. Of them, 32 are associated with the known terrorist movement. 1.8 million, 32. These are the proportions that we're dealing with here. But the existence of this tiny minority is being used to discriminate against this enormous population, a population larger than many countries. There are a total of 40,557 people who have used the Koya software in the above-mentioned groups and have many harmful tags, mainly involving 15,000 so-and-so people, and then it lists the various areas, for quite a while, it seems. All localities should make full use of the Grassroots Stability Maintenance Forces, 10 Household Joint Defense, there it is again, and the Integrated Platform to carry out investigation and verification one by one, and for those suspected of terrorism, it is necessary to fix evidence and crack down according to the law on a timely manner. Now this could be a translation error, but in the context of this document, fixing evidence kind of implies like the government wants to manufacture evidence. I don't think that's what's being used here. I don't think that the CCP would admit to fabricating evidence. I think this is kind of a translation glitch right here. I imagine what they mean is assemble evidence or try to corroborate evidence, because otherwise it'd be like, on these people now, make up whatever you want. Yeah, I think that's probably just an error, you know. It is not possible at the moment to eliminate suspicion. It is necessary to put in concentrated training and further screen and review. The verification situation should be reported within 3 days. The attached table should be reported on a case-by-case basis. We also ask all localities to report lists of unauthorized imams, people in education and training, and those suspected of joining the East Turkestan Islamic movement and other terrorist orgs within 3 days. Okay, so here's what we know. Actually, I want to check one more thing. We've taken a look at the 10 households program. I want to take a look at the Grassroots Stability Maintenance Force. Hold on. Grassroots Stability Maintenance Force. Academia.edu. China's YWN apparatus is a form of conflict resolution. I can't download the PDF. Assesses, what is YWN? Does anyone here know what that means? What the translation for that is? YWN. W-E-I-W-E-N. Stability and social governance in China. YWN policies were often successful when first applied earlier in the Hu-Wen era. What does this mean? Does this just mean to maintain social stability? So YWN... Okay. So as I understand it, 10 households joint defense literally refers to the aforementioned Neighborhood Watch program. The integrated platform, I think, means some kind of technological surveillance. The Grassroots Stability Maintenance Forces are government officials working to enforce YWN policies. YWN policies being policies designed to promote social order. So that could be a variety of policies. So that basically, it would be like saying, this would be like the distinction between the DEA enforcing drug laws, the DEA having some sort of like neighborhood program to identify and report criminal drug use, and then the systems by which they investigate and consolidate that information through surveillance. I think that would be like a good equivalent, or that would be like a good way of translating what's going on here. I think that's a good description of what's taking place. Does that make sense? Is everyone on board? I'll wait for an answer. Okay. Red Dead Democracy. It's on the list, okay? We'll look at it. We're looking at a lot of things. Chill. Okay. So we've taken a look at the China cables documents. Now, here's the final thing we're going to take a look at. Has China denounced these documents? If they do, that doesn't mean they're fake, but I'm interested in knowing whether or not the Chinese government has officially recognized the legitimacy of these documents. They were a collection of secret government documents from 2017 which were leaked by exiled Uyghurs to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists and published in 2019. Wonder what led to the delay? Probably verification. The collection includes a telegram which details the first known operations manual for running the Xinjiang internment camps, and bulletins which illustrate how China's centralized data collection system and mass surveillance tool, known as the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, this is the technological side of things that I referred to, used AI to identify people for interrogation and potential detention. The Chinese government has called it pure fabrication and fake news. There we go. Don't know if I trust the Chinese government on this one. Completely disavowed by China. We need to look at the operations manual as well. Yeah. Yep. Guys, I was right. Mass surveillance in China, and that's what we're referring to when we're talking about the programs that they're using in Xinjiang. Let's read this really, really quickly. They make mention of the Integrated Joint Operations Platform right here. In Xinjiang, and especially its capital city, Urumqi, there are security checkpoints and ID stations almost everywhere. Jesus. 12 days in Xinjiang, how China's surveillance state overwhelms daily life. Don't I have a Wall Street Journal? One second. Fucking gatekeeping information. Piece of shit. Okay. Reluctant to travel for fear of being detained, when fruit vendor Parhat Imin, any guess on their ethnicity and religion, swiped his card at a telecoms office this summer to pay an overdue phone bill, his photo popped up with an X. Since then, he says every scan of his ID sets off an alarm. He isn't sure what it signifies, but figures he's on some kind of government watch list because he's a Uyghur and has had intermittent run-ins with the police. Yep. China authorities are rolling out new tech to keep watch over people and shape their behavior. Controls and expression have tightened under Xi Jinping. At a security expo in October, an executive of Guangzhou-based CloudWalk Technology Co., which has sold facial recognition algorithms to police and identity verification systems to gas Holy shit! Imagine having facial ID cameras in gas stations where you live that connect to a government database. Jesus Christ! Called the region the world's most heavily guarded place. According to the executive, Zhang, for every 100,000 people the police in Xinjiang want to monitor, they use the same amount of surveillance equipment the police in other parts of China would use to monitor millions. Authorities in Xinjiang declined to respond to questions about surveillance. Top party officials from Xinjiang said at a Communist Party gathering in Beijing in October that social stability and long-term security were the local government's bottom line goals. Hey, here's a question for Tankies, by the way. Why is it that in America, when politicians go on and on and on about law and order, stability, and security, we recognize it for what it is, which is hawkish fear-mongering, but when the Chinese government does it, it's part of the People's Revolution? Can somebody explain that to me? In America, any politician who advocated for any of this based on a desire for social stability and long-term security, we would be able to see through that in a heartbeat. So why do other countries get to get away with it? A security camera has been erected next to the minarets of a mosque in the Uyghur village of Tuyugao. Where's the camera? Oh, there it is. Right there. Let's see it. I was looking to the left. License plate cameras, iris scanners, location trackers, voice pattern analyzers, smartphone scanners, ID scanners. Knife. QR code. All the ways you can be surveilled. The value of security-related investment projects in Xinjiang is soaring. Oh, hey, guys, here's evidence. Right here, here's evidence that Tankies can't dismiss. So narratives like this can be dismissed as Western propaganda, but investment data in a capitalist country like China is sacrosanct. Those numbers need to be reported to investors. Here is the value of security-related investment skyrocketing as years pass in the Xinjiang province. Can't lie about this. This is all cut and dry. These are numbers, okay? These are numbies, all right? This isn't some narrative being reported on by US propaganda. They would be able to verify this information. Any of us would be able to. Police officers wanted. Holy shit. Hey, 2017 is when this skyrocketed, the same time that these documents were leaked. That's interesting. Convert that currency to USD, please. Yeah, sure. 8 billion yuan to USD. 1.2 billion US dollars spent on surveillance in just Xinjiang in just 2017. 1.2 billion in one province in 1 year. No getting around that. Here. One of the reasons this is so effective because of apps like WeChat and Alipay. Many places and cities don't even accept cash or card. Now you must use the app. This is why criminals in like gangster flicks always use cash, because using or like Breaking Bad or whatever, like the cash, like the wads of cash with a rubber band, you do that because cash, I mean the serial numbers can be tracked, but generally speaking, cash is a safe way, surveillance free way of paying for things, whereas cards and swipes and apps and all that stuff always can be connected back to something. Population data collection form. This is like census data, I assume. And this is a story of one Uyghur resident being persecuted by the population. Hey, hey guys, here's that 10 houses program. Shopkeepers perform an anti-terrorism drill under police supervision outside the bazaar in Kashgar. There we go. Now we get to see what it really looks like. Old shopkeepers and grandmas and stuff lining up under police supervision so that they can be taught how to spot people with beards, I guess. Are these sticks? Are these meant to be like guns? Do they beat people with these sticks? I don't know. The armbands? Oh, right, the red armbands. Remember? The red armbands that were mentioned. Remember in the report, the woman forgot to put a red armband on and she was a few minutes late, so her shop was shut down for 3 days? See? Vosh, those are Uyghurs? And? Wait, do you think the state can't enlist people of an ethnic group to police members of their own ethnic group? Wait, how does that change anything? Like, the government literally will shut down their shops if they don't comply. They might not even be doing this willingly. Do you think these people have a choice? Like, I don't even blame these people. They may not even have a choice in this situation. You know? That's just another system of control. Okay. I feel like we've learned a lot so far. Wow. I feel like we've actually learned a lot. Thank you guys for running through me with this. I feel like we've taken a look at some pretty unimpeachable evidence at the moment. Especially the increased worth of investment into surveillance in the Xinjiang province. That right there is really good because nobody can accuse that of being Western propaganda. It's literally China's reported investment amount in those countries. The Chinese companies are the ones reporting that info. Um, so that's really, really good. I want to finish reading up on the surveillance section, and then we're going to go back and read 2 more leaked documents. Can you find data for increases in surveillance spending in other provinces? That's a good point. Though I doubt any other province has seen that skyrocket. Let's see. Okay, hold on. China investment in surveillance. Can I get a monetary investment? Let me see. I need monetary investment because we're looking up against 8 billion yuan. Monetary investment in surveillance. And we're also looking to compare to 2017. That might be a hard number to track down. Let's see. How about total worth of surveillance industry in China? Maybe that? In 2017, hold on. Yo, Vosh, you know, it's barely more official than random chatter, but a coworker who's a recent immigrant from China is down to translate a doc. Feel like doing Twitter if yeah. Probably not right now, but I might look for further clarification in the near future. Thank you. We'll look at Tankie links as well. We will. Okay. Spending estimates. In 2017, China's spending on domestic security was estimated to be nearly 200 billion in total, excluding spending on security-related urban management and surveillance tech initiatives. In the same year, the central government's total public security, that's insane, by the way. What's the U.S. military budget? The U.S. military budget is around 750 billion. China spends about a third of that on domestic surveillance. Christ. In the same year, the central government's total public spending in Xinjiang reached 57.95 billion RMB, the equivalent of US's 9.16 billion USD, which is 10 times the spending of the previous decade. Okay. Yeah, okay. So surveillance all over China is pretty extensive. However, Xinjiang's investment in surveillance skyrocketed way, 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 way harder and way more proportional to its population. So if we're taking a look at that 9 billion versus the total spending of 200 billion, there were 22 million people. Let's bust out the calculator. There were 22 million people in Xinjiang, and there are 1.4 billion people in China. So head empty. We're pulling out the calculator. So what would that be? 22 divided by 1400. About 1.5% of the population of China is in Xinjiang, whereas the relative amount spent here in Xinjiang is about 200 billion, or 10 billion divided by 200 billion, which, if we do that, equals about 5%. Okay, we found some numbers. Okay, so not only has the spending skyrocketed faster in the Xinjiang province, and not only is it disproportional, it is 5 times disproportional. The Xinjiang province has received a 5 times the per capita investment in surveillance than the rest of China combined. They are 5 times disproportionately represented. So that right there, I think we've settled that. The math is solid. It's derived from data that's pulled from the Chinese government. Nobody can accuse that of being like Western propaganda. I think that right there is as concrete as we're going to get. Okay, I don't think we can get more concrete than that. So let me close some of these extraneous tabs. There are a few more things we need to take a look at. I'm not defending Xinjiang, but the cost might be from the fact that a lot of Xinjiang is rural versus the rest of China, maybe. No, large swaths of China are rural. Additionally, wouldn't that have like the opposite effect? You would expect rural areas to be less surveilled because they're less dense population wise. I think if anything, that would be more to my argument. The fact that a lot of this area is rural is an argument that the disproportionate surveillance there is even more ridiculous. Like, you know? But anyway, let's finish looking at the surveillance in Xinjiang section. And hold on. Apparently, Xinjiang residents uploaded videos to debunk this, to debunk the publicly reported financial statements. Xinjiang residents upload personal videos to debunk Pompeo's lies on genocide. Wait, is this literally just anecdotes from videos from... Wait. Guys, if I go on Twitter, can I find videos from American citizens saying that there's no such thing as racism in this country? Wait, hold on. Wait, this is less than nothing. Wait, hold on. No. Global Times is oh, is Global Times also state media? It's state media. Okay. Yeah. All right. Sorry. This is less than worthless to me. Are you kidding me? This is... Can imagine if like this would be like if Donald Trump had a press briefing and he was like, we have found evidence that actually nothing bad is going on at the border, and then he like plays for the White House press staff a video of some El Paso redneck with a MAGA hat saying, "Yeah, I don't know, just I don't see it. I don't know, just don't see it. It's fine." Yep, that's basically what this is. Okay, we're that's okay. All good. Yeah, state media. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, the debunked. Nicely done. All right. Wait, Vosh, didn't he do something like that? I don't know. Probably, I don't know. Vosh, the Tankie argument is that most of the genocide proof is also coming out of Western government orgs. So we already have... Again, it's never possible in narratives like this to prove everything concretely because the Chinese government is interested in lying. It's an authoritarian government. We know they control information. But we have evidence that is nonpartisan on several points. First of all, disproportionate investment in surveillance in the Xinjiang province. Second of all, the existence of Chinese government programs designed to increase surveillance specifically on Uyghur Muslims. And third of all, the specific and deliberate persecution of suspected individuals with things like forced re-education. This is all information that has come from information that the Chinese government has provided. So, like, I feel like we're beyond just like Western sources or whatever. But we're not done learning, so let's continue moving. Okay? In Xinjiang, there are security checkpoints and ID stations almost everywhere. People need to show their ID cards and have their faces scanned by cameras at a security station. Before entering a supermarket, a hotel, train station, highway station, or other public place. Jesus. The ratio of police officers stationed in Xinjiang to population is higher than elsewhere. How much higher? Let's find out. How a Chinese region that accounts for just 1.5% of the population can become one of the most intrusive police states in the world. This is from Business Insider. In total, out of... Ooh, here's another data point that is reported on by the Chinese government. In total, out of Xinjiang's 22 million residents, 227,000 people were arrested, a 731% increase from 2016. 227,000 people out of 22 million. This is entire towns disappearing. This is towns, counties vanishing. Anyway, I wanted to take a look at this to see if we could find relative police investment. The region has hired scores of new police officers. 10,000 jobs were advertised in January and February 2017 alone. Christ. And convenience police stations are found roughly every 500 meters in the capital. Since last December, local officials have been required to live, eat, and study with local families in their homes. State-run media have also reported how 40,000 officials promote party policies and socialist ideas by reading newspapers to locals. Guys, remember when I talked about the difference between explicit and implicit propagandizing? Okay? This is what I mean by explicit, okay? At least here in America, party officials don't come to your home during dinner time to read out to you the manifesto of the state, okay? Christ almighty. 10,000 jobs. What is an average ratio of police to... Okay, America, ratio of police to citizens. Like, how many police per capita? In America, about 300 police to every 100,000 people, okay? China, how many police officers per person? 143 per 100,000. So per person, China has 1/2 the number of police officers per their population. What about Xinjiang? How many police officers are there in Xinjiang? A stock level of 28,600 police for Xinjiang from a source in Cambridge. So with a population of 22 million and approximately 28,000 police officers, we go... My brain's too fried for math. Sorry, guys. Divided by, was it 22 million? We'll just do 24. We're rough balling it right now, okay? 24 million equals... so we're doing out of 100,000. So times 100,000. 116. Is that true? That would actually mean it's a lower rate. Let me see if I did that math correctly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. State media proven correct. What were the numbers? I already forget. Let me double check that, though. Wasn't it 12 million? No, the 12 million were for Uyghurs. Didn't the last source say there were 70K job postings? No, it was 10,000 in January and February 2017 alone. Let's see. Do they really need officers if they have all those cameras? Well, the fact that they had 10,000 job openings in just 2 months, but their total number is 28,000 seems a little low. Let me see if I can find a different number. List of countries and dependencies by... Well, this is all of China. We're looking at the Xinjiang province. Wait. 22 million divided by 28,000 equals 786. Shouldn't you divide the population by the number of police officers? Wait, what did I do? Oh god, I'm losing it. Oh god, hold on. Wait, hold... Okay, wait, hold on. No, that's people per police officer. No, that's incorrect. No, you don't want to do that. If only I remembered my stats degree. Hold on, I want a correct number on the total number of officers. Let me see. How many? Yes. Police officers contact information. You have a stats degree? Well, you have to learn stats and sociology. That doesn't mean you remember anything. Surveillance. How many police in Xinjiang? Let's see. The Xinjiang Data Police. That's probably just surveillance, not the actual number of police officers. This isn't even stats. Yeah, this is lower level than stats. Well, this is the article that we're looking at right now. We really not have numbers on how many police there are in this province? If it turns out that If it turns out that the Xinjiang province actually has a lower number of police officers per person than the broader number of China, then that would be surprising to me. I don't think that debunks the entire claims listed, but it would be surprising to me. Do you think China would allow that info? Yeah, probably. It's because it's rural? Well, hold on. Shouldn't you compare to Europe? Well, true. America does have a lot, doesn't it? How many police in Xinjiang? Let's see. Police. Police data? Data police surveillance. I'm having trouble finding this information. What's the source on all of those job listings? Maybe I can look into that. This is from jamestown.org. We have Xinjiang's rapidly evolving security state. Let's see. Using data gleaned from public service postings, it's possible to map the development of the security state in Xinjiang. Okay, wait, this might have information that's useful to us. The number of advertised police jobs in 2016 exceeded the combined figures from 2008 to 2012 by 30,000. Wait, if it exceeded it by 30,000, then it has to be greater than 30,000. I feel like that earlier estimate was rather low. Let me see. In part, massive spike in police recruitment since 2012, with Xi Jinping personally praising local constabularies as the fists and daggers of China's counter-terrorism effort. Be careful, Jamestown's the think tank. Yep, we're going to source what they say. Hold on. Advertised police jobs, catching up the wealthier regions over time. Bigger party, more stable. Data collected from job posting reveal 4 stages. Okay. 2,655 positions. Let's go to the stage 4 because we're looking at the most recent. Someone in YouTube chat says China doesn't count associate cops in those numbers. Interesting. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Okay. The largest boost in policing capabilities took place in 2016. A total of 31,000 security-related positions were advertised, more than a 3-fold increase over the previous year. So guys, keep in mind, even if it does turn out that Xinjiang has an anomalously low number of police officers within that territory, the fact that it's spiked so hard and is associated with other counterterrorism activities that are being used to target Uyghur Muslims specifically means that this data point, the one that I'm investigating right now, is largely tangential. I don't think this debunks anything. I'm still interested in knowing the actual number, though. This unprecedented recruitment drive sought to boost the party state's surveillance capabilities across all regions of Xinjiang, as only 35% of advertised positions were designated for regions with a Uyghur population of 40% or higher. Notably, 89% of those new hires were associated with so-called convenience police stations. Ugh. How's basic medical equipment? Yeah. Well, that is certainly a spike. Over 90,000 police contractors were hired to build and staff this data network. Many were deputized young men. Interesting. And then we have that associate police thing that was being referred to. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to find exact numbers on this, but given the fact that we know for a fact that the number of officers being recruited in that area spiked in 2016, 2017, and that there are additional, essentially para-policing programs operated in that region, I think I'm comfortable saying that the amount of police involvement there is disproportional. We'll look more into it later, though. Oh, you also have like paramilitary forces, possibly. Okay, so we're going to close this. We're going to close this, and this. Very good. We're closing tabs, people. China's domestic spending analysis. I just want to be careful with these links because Jamestown is indeed a think tank. This is domestic security spending. rising at a greater rate than external defense. Woo! Look at that. Domestic security spending in RMB per capita. Hey, any particular sharp increases around 2016 that you see here? Any provinces that got a bit of a bump? Wowzers, look at that. And this is just from 2016 to 2017. The Uyghur Muslim genocide only started getting reported on, what, 2019? Who knows where that stat is now? Sheesh. Okay. All right. Got that. We took a look at this. Okay, let's finish this damn section, okay? Additionally, the cameras on streets are denser there than elsewhere, numbering 40,000. The information collected by the cameras is matched with individual profiles, which include previous collected biometric data, such as DNA samples and voice samples. Sure. Eradicating ideological viruses, China's campaign of repression against Xinjiang's Muslim population. The author is from the Human Rights Watch organization. I can't get access to this. We'll look at it later. People are rated on a level of trustworthiness based on their profiles, which also takes into account their familial relations and social connections. There's our glorious social credit program in action. These levels include trustworthy, average, and untrustworthy. The data is fed into, again, the Integrated Joint Operations platform, an AI-powered system used for mass surveillance, which generates lists of subjects for data. Jesus. Xinjiang residents, especially those from the Uyghur ethnic group, are not allowed to practice certain religious acts. And then we link to this again, and this is the Insider article. What is the Insider article linked to? State media. Oh God, give me state media. Bad gateway. No. No, 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 no. No, I want the state media. No. Hold on. We're taking a look, okay? Excuse me. Here we go. I cracked the code. From Global Times, state media. Xinjiang educates, reforms imprisoned extremists in religious thought. Extremists in prison need to transform their thoughts. We have invited experts on religion to rectify their extremist thinking. Ma Pinyan, a research fellow at the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences Institute of Religious Studies, said on Monday. Ma, also the vice president of the Xinjiang Prison Association. Oh, that is an interesting collection of things to be. Research fellow at a social science academy and vice president of a prisons association. That's a nice juxtaposition right there. Whew. Kind of concrete with that one, isn't it? Jesus. Told the Global Times they also gave basic religion training to the prison guards. The prison guards and other management staff need to know about religions in order to properly educate these extremists. Ma added up that they are still exploring a way to better educate extremists in prison, since there were cases when the extremists spread their ideas in prison. Kazakhstan's method of separating extremists from other prisoners may offer Xinjiang a different perspective. Wait, hold on. Is Kazakhstan a country that we want to be emulating with their with their treatment of prisoners? I could be wrong on this one, and I'm not especially educated in Kazakhstan, but I think it fucking sucks. Doesn't it fucking suck? I think it fucking sucks over here. Am I wrong? Kazakhstan is a democratic, secular, constitutional, unitary republic. I like democracy and secular constitutional stuff. Am I thinking of a different country? Am I thinking of Turkmenistan? Elections. Let's find out. John Oliver did a piece on them. Oh, go to the human rights. There we go. This is what matters. Wait, wasn't I just on the human rights? Where, human rights. Where's that section? There you go. The Economist Intelligence Unit has consistently rated Kazakhstan's authoritarian regime, rating it low on the Democracy Index, low Freedom Index. Its human rights situation is described by poor by independent observers. Kazakhstan heavily restricts freedom of assembly, speech, and religion. It has described the government as authoritarian. In 2014, authorities closed newspapers, jailed or fined dozens of people after peaceful but unsanctioned protests, and fined or detained worshippers for practicing religion outside state controls. Government critics remained in detention after unfair trials. In mid-2014, they adopted new criminal executive, criminal procedural, and administrative codes and a new law on trade unions, which contain articles restricting fundamental freedoms and are incompatible with international standards. Torture remains common in places of detention. They've reduced their prison population. That's nice, I guess. It looks like they improved since 2016. So that's nice. Let's see, COVID-19. Okay, I think I was thinking of Turkmenistan when I was saying this country is a piece of shit. Isn't Turkmenistan the, like, mega dictatorship? He retained absolute control over the country after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. His successor, President God above, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedow. This was the one that John Oliver did a segment on, right? Ah, yes, President for Life. One-party system, president, both head of state and head of government. Yeah, okay, I remember this one. I was thinking of Turkmenistan. I don't know much of anything about Kazakhstan, though it seems they have, let's say, a mixed record on human rights. I don't know if they're a government that we should be praising China for attempting to emulate. And they admit this in state media, too. La Dinsheng, former vice president of the Xinjiang Academy of Governance, said that religious extremism affected Xinjiang's ethnic unity. As a multi-ethnic region, Xinjiang has proven that prosperous development can only be achieved through ethnic unity, while ethnic conflicts and separatism may lead to disasters. What are people spamming in chat? Let me see. Kazakhstan has a really big Uyghur population. Oh, that might be why they refer to it here. Ma said the region is working closely with relevant countries on fighting terrorist forces. Xinjiang is working together with relevant countries to counter the East Turkestan terrorist forces. Ma noted that Xinjiang participates in multilateral cooperation and communicates with different societies to limit the space for religious extremism. Reportedly, about 300 terrorists of East Turkestan Islamic movement have gone to Syria or Afghanistan from Xinjiang to join ISIS. Some terrorists are attempting to return to China or plot violent activities. Okay. So I think the most pressing pieces of information that we can find here is that A, they're deferring to imprisonment programs used by Kazakhstan as a positive indication of what they intend to do, and B, their counterterrorism efforts involve transforming their thoughts to rectify extremist thinking. So the reason why this is problematic to me, the reason why this is a concern to me, is that, generally speaking, if a person is a terrorist, you don't re-educate them, you imprison them for a long time. Re-education is the type of state behavior that you would reserve for people associated with demographics that you don't like. See, if extremism was what they were actually going after, I mean, if there was a crime that was committed, something that they actually had concrete evidence that they would hold people up for, then these people would just be in prison. They would just be in prison. And the response to a person, say, blowing up a bus is not teaching them how to be less extreme. It's imprisonment. But the tens of thousands of people that are being re-educated, this is something that they're just using on associates, suspects, suspicious people, anything. What do you think is their goal then? I think China's long-term goal is the systemic eradication of the Uyghur culture. That over time, through terror, through re-education, through selective executions, they will bleed out their civil rights leaders. The most active of them will flee the country, only for their stories to be dismissed as Western propaganda. And they will slowly but surely reduce the population's effect and influence on the Xinjiang province until they are essentially neutered, until they're just a group of formerly indigenous people. With as little cultural influence as possible. Yeah, basically what we did to the Native Americans. Okay. We've learned. Surveillance, security spending ballooned in 2017. Since at least 2017, Chinese police have forced Uyghurs in Xinjiang to install the Jinwan Weishi app on their phones, allowing for remote monitoring of their phone's content. Interesting. So are the Chinese police only doing this to Uyghur Muslims? Because that's pretty explicit right there, isn't it? And it's also not Western propaganda if it can be corroborated. Only people of a given ethnic group being forced to download surveillance? What is this exactly? Content control mobile app known for its use by the police in Xinjiang, China. Okay, let me see if we can find, if this is being done exclusively to Uyghur Muslims, that is or predominantly to them, that is a death blow. Last year, authorities told residents of a Muslim-populated part of China to install Xinguang, an app that scans for certain files. Now researchers have found it transfers the collected data with no encryption. Ooh. So this is a Vice article. In 2017, authorities sent a message across WeChat, a hyper-popular chat program in China, to residents in Urumqi, the capital of Xinjiang. The message included a QR code for residents to scan and download the Xinjiang app. So they only did it to residents in the capital? That wouldn't be Uyghur Muslims specifically, though they're still targeting the region. Any more information on this? It's way, not why? Okay, way, thank you. Jinwang would automatically detect terrorist and illegal religious videos, images, ebooks, and electronic documents. Users would be told to delete any offending content with the threat of detention for up to 10 days. Also sends a device's phone number, device model, MAC address, unique IMEI number, and metadata of any files to a remote server, which is unsurprisingly based in China. Okay, yeah. Okay, nothing here specifically says that people were targeted by their ethnicity, only by their region, which is still bad. That doesn't mean it's good. But if there's something indicating that, like, a specific ethnic group was targeted. Here's BuzzFeed News. FYI, by the way, BuzzFeed may be garbage, but BuzzFeed News, I think, actually does work comparable to other reporting organizations. Maybe not as good, but in the ballpark. Ethnic Uyghurs in China's west say they're being forced to download an app that scans cell phones for audio and video files. Okay, okay. But by what method? How do we know they're specifically targeting Uyghur Muslims? I mean, we know they're targeting Uyghur Muslims by targeting Xinjiang, but I mean specifically. Police checks of cell phones and computers have become routine in the region. Yeesh. Reports about people being asked and forced to download the app began to surface last year, with some screenshots of the app beginning to appear on social media, leading to speculation about what it actually did. Jesus, look at this. Authorities at the Urumqi Police Department encourage everyone to download and install Citizen Security. This could help turn all citizens into whistleblowers and form a strong support system for the anti-terrorism campaign. Pretty goddamn explicit, huh? Jesus. Okay. So I can't see, but it wasn't mandatory, or was it? The program that scans your phone data was mandatory. This program for surveillance and reporting was not, but it was encouraged. Okay, so yeah, I think I can't see any evidence that it was that only people of a given ethnic group were forced to download the phone scanning program, only that it was regional, but obviously the region was targeted because it was 50% Uyghur Muslim. So that makes sense. Would you be interested to talk to somebody about Chinese imperialism on stream at some point? Maybe down the line. Let me research. Okay? Chill. Education camps. People in the re-education camps are usually closely watched by guards, not allowed to contact others outside the facilities, including family members and other close relations. They learn about Mandarin Chinese characters and the rules they need to follow in those camps while they leave. Security spending ballooned. Drone manufacturers. Oh, God. Surveillance drones, too? Okay. In 2018, China deployed a flock of drones disguised to look like birds to step up surveillance levels in the region. November. This is the leaked documents. There were 6 leaked documents, 4 of which we've read. We'll read the other 2 next. In late 2020, HRW, the Human Rights Watch, obtained a list of 2,000 names of Uyghur prisoners held in the Aksu prefecture leaked from the IJOP. The list showed that reasons for imprisonment included religious practice, such as studying the Quran without state permission or having a long beard. I need these documents. I need these documents because this is one of the pieces of information we haven't been able to corroborate. The information we had that stuff like growing a long beard was enough to be detained was only provided through the bitter winter source, which we weren't able to determine the veracity of. We know we can determine the veracity of their surveillance programs because those are listed in official Chinese state media. So if we're able to find state media corroborating this information, we have a smoking gun. It doesn't get stronger evidence than that. Please give me strong info. Leaked list of over 2,000 detainees demonstrates automated repression. Give me that list. A leaked list of over 2,000 detainees from Aksu Prefecture provided the Human Rights Watch. The big data. Okay. So this is a leaked list from the Chinese government provided to Human Rights Watch. So this isn't a list created by Human Rights Watch. It's a list leaked. First report on the IGOP in 2018. Here, let me see if I can. According to the Aksu list, we're going to want to take a look at it. The IGOP can flag people at both the prefecture and regional levels, though it's unclear how or if those 2 levels of analysis differ. At both levels, most people were flagged for their relationships, their communications, or for being related to, or traveling or staying with someone the authorities considered suspicious. Jesus. Column F appears to be the reason officials give for detaining a person. An examination of the Aksu list suggests the authorities consider the following behavior suspicious: studying the Quran without state permission or allowing one's children to study the Quran, reciting the Quran, including the khitmah, the recitation of the entire Quran, preaching the Quran without state permission, or listening to such preaching, wearing religious clothes, such as the burqa or veil, or having a long beard, having more children than allowed by China's family planning policy, marrying or divorcing outside of official legal requirements, for example, marrying before reaching the legal age, 22 for men and 20 for women, Squad W, marrying through a nikah, a Islamic law marriage contract, or practicing polygamy, going on Hajj, the annual pilgrimage to Mecca in Saudi Arabia, considered a religious duty in Islam without state permission, performing the hijrah, a form of migration to escape religious persecution. Wait, really? That makes you hey, being religious, that's pretty suspicious. Trying to escape persecution for being religious, that's also pretty suspicious. We got your bases covered, Uyghur Muslims. Ah! Jesus. Using suspicious software, in particular peer-to-peer file sharing application Zapier, but also virtual private network Skype. You could be put in a camp for using Skype. PayEco, L2TP, and IMO. Traveling internationally to sensitive countries, including Turkey, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, and Kyrgyzstan. Domestically outside Aksu, including elsewhere in Xinjiang, such as Urumqi and Kashgar. Interesting. So just traveling inside the Xinjiang province is enough for you to get labeled as suspicious by the Chinese government. Moving from the rural area to the capital of that province, like just driving there, that's enough. Or going to Beijing and Shanghai. Without notifying local officials. You have to notify the police to do so. People are also detained for having no fixed address, so homeless people. Going off-grid, for example, switching off their phone repeatedly or being missing for periods of time, aka if the government can't track your phone signal for a long enough period of time, that's enough to be thrown in a re-education center. Having a mismatched identity and other things of that variety. Having extremist thoughts. That's a broad, reasonable suspicion clause right there. Or downloading extremist audiovisual content. Having relatives in a group the authorities have labeled as a terrorist, including the East Turkestan Islamic movement and a couple of Aksu local groups. Having previously been a target of Xinjiang government actions, such as being detained or convicted of ordinary crimes or political crimes. In one case, a man was subjected to political education because he'd been detained in 2014 for 15 days for carrying a knife and for not properly explaining the incident. So you can be arrested for being arrested. Resisting official policies or official management. In one case, a man was detained for not paying rent on his land. Being generally untrustworthy. Being young, that is, being born after the 1980s. Generally acting suspiciously, having complex social ties, unstable thoughts, or having improper sexual relations. Okay, so anyone they want. Anyone they want. So the name of this is the Aksu list. I want to take a look at it. I want to see it with my own two eyes. Human Rights Watch is the first. Can I get the Aksu list? Is this it? Those are birds. Does anyone have a link to the Aksu list? If it was leaked, it was leaked. We should be able to get our filthy Western hands on it. Here's more state media that we can take a look at. I want to see if I can find that Aksu list. This is from the RFA. Radio Free Asia. Oh, this is the same article as the one we just looked at. Can I get that list? I really want a scan of that list. Here's the list. Does it actually give me the raw file? Download. Please log in to download file. Can I get... You need to register for the website, though? Hold on. Yeah, I'm a journalist. That's my job. Wait, Vosh here? Oh my god, do you have the actual raw file? Please. Please, God. Please save me. Is this it? Leaked document provides proof. People in Turkestan are detained or deemed suspicious. This is the Uyghur Human Rights Project. I'm not seeing the number 2000. Is this referring to the same collection of people? The document in description, the Quarakash document. I think this might be a different document. I think this might be a different thing. Hold on. Let me just do the human rights thing. Confirm password. This better not require some kind of, like, verification. Save. Okay. Let me in. Alright, I have an account now, because I'm a journalist. Alright? Download. Yes! They meant download the image file. You know. The one they had right here. Thank you, Human Rights Watch, for requiring that. Can I get the list? Aksu list PDF. Just Human Rights Watch. If I can't find this in 2 seconds, I am relegating this to the we'll deal with it in the future pile. Is this it? Okay, so people in chat are saying that this is it. Right here. It comes from the Uyghur Human Rights Project. Document and description. I wanted to look at the raw files there. Here, wait. Reasons for detention. The Kurakash document is a list of people in the re-education system who have relatives overseas, suggesting the overseas relatives are a major reason for suspicion by the government. However, only a small number of entries in the document list overseas relatives as a reason for internment. Birth policy violations. Unsafe post-80s, 90s, or aughts person. Wait, real? That literally, that's actually how they describe it in the Chinese documentation. Unsafe post-80s, 90s, or aughts person? Why would you have to say post-90s and post-aughts if you already said post-80s? Post-80s implies the other ones. Ex-convict or other past law violation, wore veil/wife wore veil/had beard, applied for passport and didn't leave the country. Just applying for a fucking passport? Reason related to religious practice, international travel, religious extremist thought infection. Thought infection. Two-faced official. This looks promising. Here, we'll take a look at this. I feel like we have all the evidence we need in this respect. The Xinjiang Papers. Oh, is this a whole other set of things? Leaked file exposed how China organized mass detention of Muslims. This is from the New York Times. Okay, thank you, New York Times. We know you have a graphic designer. You pay very large salary. Okay, chill. No, I want the documents include 96 pages of internal speeches by Mr. Xi, 102 pages of internal speeches by other officials, 161 pages of directives and reports on the surveillance and control of the Uyghur population in Xinjiang, and 44 pages of material from internal investigation into local officials. Oh, you can even see the redacted lines. That's pretty cool. Can I get the actual document, though? Please? I can see it here, but I need the document in order to translate it. Okay, it's listing translations here on the right-hand side. So the only two ways this can be inaccurate is if either A, this massive leak of documents is fake, which I don't believe it is, or B, New York Times is just lying about the translation, which would be incredibly easy to prove. Seems unlikely. The line that stands out most in the script, however, may be the model answer for how to respond to students who ask of their detained relatives. Did they commit a crime? So this is training officials on how to respond if students ask whether or not their detained relatives committed a crime. And the answer is, the document instructed officials to acknowledge that they had not. It is just that their thinking has been infected by unhealthy thoughts. Yeah, I'd say that's about as explicit as we're going to get. 100%. Freedom is only possible when this virus in their thinking is eradicated and they are in good health. The struggle against terror and to safeguard stability is a protracted war and also a war of offense. What was that meme, you know? Tankies on American war on terror. Tankies on Chinese war on terror. You know? Yeah. Keep up the detentions at ordered. Stick to rounding up everyone who should be rounded up. If they're there, round them up. Well, as fun as it would be to track down and then individually translate several hundred papers leaked from the Chinese government, I think we have the information that we need. So let's recollect, okay? Is everyone ready? So all of the information that I'm about to provide to you is from information which is either directly from the Chinese government or can be corroborated without threat of bias from Western media, because we do want to avoid that if possible. It is in the American government's interest to disseminate propaganda about China. So here's what we know, okay? So, there is a province in northwest China called the Xinjiang province, of which about half the population are Uyghur Muslims. Uyghur Muslims have a separationist streak, in large part because of historical oppression and a bunch of other stuff. And long story short, the Chinese government is antagonistic to those interests. There are Islamic extremist groups in Xinjiang. However, the number of recorded members seems to be really small relative to the population. We're talking hundreds versus tens of millions here. However, in spite of that, the Chinese government has massively escalated a campaign of surveillance within that region. It has massively increased the amount of spending and investment done in technological surveillance. It has increased massively the amount of police presence in these regions. It has implemented the 10-person household initiatives, which are designed to essentially recruit people in the Xinjiang province to be on the lookout for so-called suspicious individuals, a categorization of which I will discuss shortly. In addition to that, we also have the implementation of technology like apps, which residents of Xinjiang are forced to download to their phone, which scans their phone for essentially suspicious material and transfers that information back to the Chinese government. Um, we know that the Chinese government considers a number of things to be activity suspicious enough to warrant arrest and detention within re-education facilities. These things include being related to a person outside of the country, being infected by extremist thoughts, practicing your religion, traveling, being young. I mean, basically anything. Anybody they want to get, they can get, based on the incredibly broad range of potential suspicious activities that they have laid forth. And there are re-education facilities where these people, without having committed a crime, are brought to by the tens of thousands to have their extremist thoughts purged. But based on what we know China considers extremist thoughts, what we're actually talking about here is the systemic eradication of their cultural and religious tendencies. This being done across a region which has tens of millions of people within it unquestionably meets the UN definition of genocide. All of this has been arrived at via information which can be either verified without like US Western media or is directly from the Chinese government. All of this is plain and available, and there does not seem to be any evidence to indicate that their massive campaign of surveillance and policing has done anything to round up or eradicate the actual Islamic extremist group that they seem to be justifying all of these expenditures, because of. Does that make sense? So far, I feel like everything that we've discussed has been... I feel like this is inarguable. The evidence here is overwhelming. Unquestionably so. And even the information that the Chinese government admits to is sufficient to meet our standards for unethical behavior were it implemented in the United States. Even if we just take the Chinese government at their word, we're talking about essentially a war on terror, which has led to exponential increases in surveillance and policing and detention centers for suspicious activity comparable to the Japanese concentration camps that we built along the western coast. So far, we're already deep into the bad territory. But it gets worse. As I've heard, it gets worse. We're going to read up on it more. We're not done. But before, I'm going to read some donos. Please, fund my research. Natural Phenomenon, I'm really glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. I don't do stuff like this because, being real, less people tune in for it, and less donos for it, and it doesn't make for good video making, and my job is ultimately to reach as many people as I can, but this is important, and I'm happy to learn. Crane, thank you for the very kind $5. Yes, we'll read about the Belt and Road Initiative too, though I don't know if we'll have time for it today, for sure. Jackson C, thank you for the $5. Google Xinjiang Bingtuan. They're the de facto colonial tentacle of CCP in Xinjiang. I'll take a look at it if I can. Kenyon the Astronomer and Brix Foxy, thank you both for the very kind $5. Thank you very much, comrades. I really appreciate that. Oh, nice, Brix Foxy. Thanks for funding the system. Ragius, thank you for the $5. This is the second stream you've ever watched. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, genocide bad. Ooh. Reddit Hassar, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Happy to hear you're enjoying it. Alfonso and Balthazar Rodelega, thank you for the $5 both. I really, really appreciate that. I'll take a look at this Edmonds, the Cybele Edmonds character you're referring to. If what's happening in China is communist, then I ain't a communist. God damn right. Storm Warden, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Jackson C with the $10. Credible sources on Xinjiang can be found on China Digital Times, created by Counterpower Lab in the University of California, Berkeley. I'll give it a look, though I have a feeling that would fit under their purview of Western propaganda. Jin Chan, thank you for the very kind $10. Following this research stream feels like following a murder mystery or serial killer documentary. It kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah. Have a good night, Winter Hussar. Thank you, seriously. Hai Hachiro, thank you for the 15 Canadian, was referring to the Nankai report from the University of Nankai in Xinjiang. Report on labor force transfer in Hotan Prefecture in Xinjiang. By the way, the org that released this is right-leaning. Ah, gotcha, comrade. Well, always good to corroborate. Cake Bot, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really glad you're enjoying the stream. Ditzy Darling 1, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the Biden bucks, comrade. Really appreciate that as well. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. Will you go over Liam Amara's self-cancellation of his campaign? I might have him on in the future. We'll see. The Optimistic Pessimist and Radical Reviewer, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $5. I really appreciate that. You say interdependent trade will cut down on intervention, but isn't that what's stopping the U.S. from addressing this genocide? Thought/explain. I don't think that's true. Trade interdependence makes foreign interference harder to do, which does prevent us from interfering, but let's be real. We weren't going to interfere in this either way. China is such a massively powerful country that even if we didn't have, like, well-established trade relationships with them, there's no way the United States would risk, like, global nuclear annihilation by intervening to try and, like, defend Muslims the other side of the planet. I feel like, unfortunately, this is a situation where we never would have been able to affect the outcome anyway, though at least with trade relations, there's the possibility that we can tighten the strings on them a little bit with multilateral trade agreements or by sanctioning behavior or officials. I feel like that's probably the most we can do because, trust me, the United States' direct involvement would probably not be any better for the Uyghur Muslims. Is there anything the U.S. could do to help in this situation? Turning the crank economically is the best we can do. Apart from that, I mean, there's NGO work, but as a state, the United States, the country, no. China is a nuclear power, and it's the second most powerful country on the planet. Direct involvement with China, like military involvement, could be the end of the world. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I mean, nobody can risk that. It's unfortunate, but there have to be other ways to address this. UN intervention? Well, China's on the Security Council, so there's a limit to an extent to which we can do that. But, yeah. All right, let's... there are more donos to read, of course, and I'm going to read them shortly. But before we get to that, we are not done, not even close. So we learned up on some of this. We have cool information. Very cool info. We learned all that. We learned all of that. But there are 2 more China cables documents that I wanted to take a look at. See, we looked at the 4 bulletins, but we didn't look at the 2 telegrams. Spooky, huh? Or the telegram in the court document. Download in English. Download in English. This is a court case with, as you can see, personal details redacted, probably for that person's safety. And this is the telegram. We're going to take a look at this now. Actually, just one moment. I have a weird aftertaste in my mouth. Let me get a mint. I'm out on my desk. I have hundreds of these just scattered all over the house. I've always been really sensitive to unpleasant aftertastes. Okay. All right. Whew. What a stream. I feel like my brain is expanding exponentially. You know? It's good. It's good. Check out this Global Times thing. I love looking at state media. Okay, I'll take a look at that shortly. Thank you. All right. Autonomous Region State Organ Telegram. Opinion on further strengthening and standardizing vocational skills, education, and training centers work. So this is a telegram signed and approved by Zhu Hailun from one state official to another, no doubt. Okay. To the Party Political and the Legal Affairs Commission of Yili Kazakh Autonomous Prefecture, and to the Party Political and Legal Affairs Commission of all prefectures, states, and cities. In the combination boxing and the 3 battles and 1 war struggle to fight against terrorism and maintain stability, again, this terminology just reeks authoritarianism. I don't know how Tankies get away with this. It's important to focus on free vocational skills in order to implement, ensure safety of the training venue, improve the quality and efficiency of education and training, laws and regulations, bring up the following opinions. First, ensure the training venue is absolutely safe. So we're talking about a training venue for training people to fight against the war on terror, or, to participate in the surveillance of Uyghur Muslims. to prevent escapes. Wait, hold on. Wait, wait, hold on. Nobody escapes a training venue. We're not talking about training. This is re-education. Nice euphemisms. Training venues do not have people escaping. No. Adhere to zone separation and individual unit management, and improve the installation of police stations at front gates, security guard duty rooms, high guard posts, security guard posts, and patrol routes. Yep. Sorry. Okay, so now we know. Training facility means detention center. Now we got that. Okay, thank you. Now we know. It is strictly forbidden for police to enter the student zone with guns, and they must never allow escapes, never allow trouble, never allow attacks on staff, never allow abnormal deaths, never allowed food safety incidents and major epidemics, and they must ensure the training center is absolutely safe and free of risk. Perfect peripheral isolation, internal separation, protective defenses, safe passageways, and other facilities and equipment, and ensure the security equipment, video surveillance, one-button alarms, and other such devices are in place and functioning. Have a strict security check system on personnel, vehicles, and goods entering and exiting, and a strict control over the entry of vehicles. For vehicles that need to be parked, the front of the vehicle has to be pointed inwards, and it has to be locked from people. Strictly manage door locks and keys. Dormitory doors, corridor doors, and floor doors must be doubly locked, and must be locked immediately after being opened and closed. Strictly manage and control student activities, prevent escapes during class, eating periods, toilet breaks, bath time, medical treatment, family visits, etc. So is student here a so they're not prisoners at a detention facility, they're students at a training facility. Do I have that correctly? Are we appropriately insulating this in euphemism? Okay. Strictly manage students requesting time off. They really need to leave the training center due to illness or other special circumstance. They must have someone specially accompany, monitor, and control them. Prevent trouble. Implement inspection systems for key personnel, key parts, key time periods, key items. Discover and dispose of behavioral violations of normal situations in classrooms, dormitories, and other areas in a timely manner. And evaluate and resolve students' ideological problems and abnormal emotions at all times. Roll out secret forces and bring information officers into play to prevent people from joining forces to cause trouble. Students are not allowed to participate in labor outside class and may not contact the outside world apart from during prescribed activities. It is strictly forbidden for the students to have their own cell phone or for staff to hand over cell phones to students, so as to prevent the staff from interacting with students in collusion between inside and outside. There must be full video surveillance coverage of dormitories and classrooms free of blind spots, ensuring the guards on duty can monitor in real time, record things in detail, and report suspicious circumstances immediately. So this one's about earthquake resistance, fire prevention, preventing epidemics. Those are probably more ordinary. Strengthen on guard and protection. Strictly implement a 24-hour duty shift system. Establish a daily risk research and judgment mechanism. Conduct regular investigation of hidden dangers and block security loopholes in a timely manner. Strict joint defense patrol system. Establish coordination mechanisms with surrounding police stations, etc., according to the requirement of the 5 defenses. Respectively formulate emergency response plans, so on and so on. Adhere to the 3 studies. Adhere to the daily concentrated study of the national language, law, and skills. Make remedial Mandarin studies the top priority, and ensure time, content, and quality. Remember the schools that we would do where we'd kidnap Native American children and force them, kill the savage, save the man? Remember that? It would force them to study English as well. While studying law and skills, lessons must be taught in the national language, and the national language should be gradually used in daily life to communicate, to integrate de-extremification into national language teaching. Assign students to classes depending on, by the way, the language used right here explicitly indicates that they think the use of language other than Mandarin is itself extreme, that their categorization of extremism includes using other languages. Assign students to classes depending on the student's national language and cultural level, implement different educational classifications, promote the Ban Ban Tong video education model. I don't know what that is. Strengthen teaching research, formulate teaching plans, organize main topics for discussion, presentation, and writing activities, and establish a positive and incentive-oriented mechanism. Teaching security. Responsible for unified preparation of Mandarin education textbooks, sorted by grade level. Recruit teachers among students with outstanding performance and high levels in the national language and culture. Pay wage subsidies. Oh, nice. You can even recruit prisoners from within the camps to teach the next round of prisoners. That's nice. Strengthen examinations. Adhere to the combination of written exams and oral tests. Establish an establishment perimeter. Going back to school. Ideological education. Establish an individual conversation system, grasp the students' ideological dynamics in a timely manner, effectively resolve ideological contradictions. What does that mean, do you think? Resolve ideological contradictions and guide students away from bad emotions. I tell you, if I was detained by the state without committing a crime and being forced to speak a language that I don't want to speak, I would have some bad emotions, I have to say. Actively organize and concentrate on activities such as presentations, form a healthy and inspirational atmosphere, promote the repentance and confession of the students for them to understand deeply the illegal, criminal, and dangerous nature of their past behavior. Except we have other documents leaked from the CCP where they instruct their officials to tell worried family members that no, their relatives never committed a crime. So even though the CCP acknowledges publicly that no crime has been committed, the prisoners are indoctrinated into being led to disavow allegations of criminality in the past. Pay attention to the development of psychological counseling and bring psychological correction education into play. Do you think psychologists are doing this, or do you think guards are? For those who harbor vague understandings, negative attitudes, or even feelings of resistance, implement the teaching and management cadres. Many take care of one methods and carry out education transformation to ensure results are achieved. Manner education. So, strengthen the hygiene management of students, ensure timely haircuts and shaves. Wonder if there's any ulterior motive behind this one. Regular change of clothes, and arrange bathing once or twice a week to develop good life habits. Family education. Through letter writing, phone calls, video chats, visits, meetings, meals, etc., establish a mechanism for students and relatives to interact with each other to ensure the students will have a phone convo with their relatives at least once a week and meet via video at least once a month to make their family feel at ease and the student feel safe. Pay attention to the ideological problems and emotional changes that arise after family communications, and do a good job of timely ideological guidance. Explore the establishment of two-way teaching and two-way point system for local schools, and promote the transformation of students' education. Classification management, behavior management, point management. I feel like we get it. Fourth, the implementation of the evaluation and review system for completion. So, release, I imagine. Conditions for completion. Define uniform standards based on the student's education and training points, strictly and seriously strengthen the management of students' completion. Completion needs to meet the following conditions. 1. Their problem is lighter than when they were first received for education. 2. They were educated and trained in the training center for at least 1 year. Holy shit. A year is the minimum for no crime committed? I assumed that after detainment, they could throw you out after a while. Like, they would look and see, like, who they considered the problem people. But that's the minimum? I just want to say something. I want to pause on this really, really quickly, okay? Do you guys remember a couple of days ago I did a segment on propaganda, and I was frustrated because I was trying to say that America did propaganda differently than some other countries. And people in chat kept pointing out, we do it here too. We do. We do it bad. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, okay? People in America, I think, sometimes lack perspective on this. there are terrors the world around that we can't even begin to understand, okay? Some people, I feel like lefties forget this as well. They know that America's bad, and they're right, but they forget. They don't have the juxtaposition, the contrast. That's not to say that America hasn't done things this bad in the past, okay? But this is explicit state policy, and it's happening to tens, hundreds of thousands of people, and it's going to get worse. The Uyghur Muslim genocide is going to get worse with time. I just think it's important to understand scale, okay? Because without that, we don't even know what we're fighting for, you know? This is abhorrent. Is there a term for this? Something like soft versus hard propaganda? This is the hardest propaganda you can get. This is as hard as propaganda can be. I don't know how you can go further than detaining people without them committing a crime and subjecting them to a minimum of a year of re-education. I feel like that's about as hard as it gets. Yeah, chill out, dudes. It can always get worse. Why is this doc in English? Because it was translated, of course. I can't read fucking Chinese. Students classified in the general management area, the total score for education and training and scores for ideological transformation, academic achievement, compliance and discipline, etc., all meet the prescribed standards. There are no other circumstances that affect completion. Evaluation and approval seems about like what you'd expect. Skills improvement. It looks like there's a vocational component to this, which makes sense. The Chinese government doesn't just want these people to be culturally deadened. It also wants them to be productive workers. So, of course, you get vocational training as well. Employment services, likewise. Follow-up help and education. That's a spooky euphemism. Hey, it's the Chinese government. We're just following up with you. Strengthen the work of follow-up help and education of the students. All local grassroots organizations, remember what that means? Local grassroots organizations, the 10 household groups, the essentially like deputized state surveillance systems, are responsible for follow-up help and education, including police stations and the judicial office. Students must not leave the line of sight for 1 year, and their performance should be grasped in a timely manner. So even once you're out, you have to remain in perfect state surveillance for at least 1 year, and you have to maintain good performance. It is necessary to strictly implement the responsibility of helping and educating and controlling, they just say it here, in order that not even one person leaks out for comprehensive coverage. Fifth, strengthen organizational leadership and job guarantee. The most important thing of all is to firmly establish long-term operational ideology and implement the top leader responsibility system of the county party committee. So the strongest priority, more so even than re-education, is essentially instilling compliance to the state. Build a strong team, strengthen guarantees, strict secrecy. The work policy of the vocational skills education and training centers are strong and highly sensitive. It is necessary to strengthen the staff's awareness of staying secret, serious political discipline, and secrecy discipline. That's definitely something you do with like a legit program, totally above board program where you're dealing with criminals, telling everyone to stay the fuck quiet. It is strictly forbidden to bring video and video equipment, such as mobile phones and cameras, into the teaching and management areas, and uploading pictures onto the internet at will. Relevant important data should not be aggregated, not be disseminated, and not be out in the open. Outside staff coming in, and tragically, we're missing the final page, which is a shame because I really want to see how this caps off. Well, this is about as explicit as it gets, folks. There's one more document we have to read, too. This was the telegram sent by Zhu Hailun. Hailun? We also have the court case, which I'm very interested in taking a look at. It was translated by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. But they also have the originals listed here, and I want to be clear, they aren't faking the translations. Because if they were, it'd be really easy to prove it. All you'd have to do is look at the original and go, guys, like anyone could do that, you know? All you have to do is speak both languages. The final page says, just kidding, guys, it was all a meme. Yeah, maybe. So I trust these translations. I do. And they come from a reputable org. Whatever. Xinjiang Criminal Review. I'll be reading as much of this as I can. Public Prosecutor. Chakilik County People's Procuratorate. Procuratorate. There we go. Okay. No prior criminal record. CCP member. He was summoned for detention on August 9th, 2017 on suspicion of the crime of assembling a crowd to disturb the public order. On June 23rd, he was arrested, in 2009, he was arrested by the approval of Chakilik County People's Procuratorate on the crime of inciting extreme thoughts. He is now detained in the county prison. Let's see. Charged the accused of the crime of incitement of ethnic hatred and ethnic discrimination on May 30th, 2018, and filed an indictment in this court. Vosh, won't Tankies say the ICJJ is Western propaganda because it's based in DC? Guys, you've seen me argue with Nazis, right? You know what Nick Fuentes does when there's data he doesn't like? He says it's Jewish, okay? There's only so much you can do with these people. I'm sorry. Wait, did you think you would be able to assemble evidence to convince these people? Did you think that Tankies who scream Western propaganda anytime they see something they don't like would be convinced if you could provide them a flawless account that involved absolutely nothing that has even touched American info? No, because the real answer, they don't care whether or not Uyghur Muslims are being genocided. That's the truth. They don't care. They'll say Western propaganda to deflect in the same way that, you know, a Nazi might say Jewish propaganda to deflect. In reality, they don't care. You know that old phrase? I don't think the Holocaust happened, but I wish it did. That's the mentality these people go with. Oh, the Uyghur Muslim genocide? No. You know, it's not happening, whatever. But hey, if it was, these people do not care. So you should focus not on convincing those lunatics. You should focus on educating yourself as much as you can so the reasonable people out there can be convinced. And I think that in the past 3.5 hours, we've looked through a lot of evidence. I think we've assembled a tremendous amount of incredibly compelling evidence. And I think any reasonable person would align with this account of things. But don't worry, before we end this stream, I'm going to go over the counterclaims. Hey, wasn't there... So, hold on. There's this Twitter thread that somebody made called Thread of Sources on Uyghur Oppression that cannot be called Western propaganda. But then some Tankie made a counter thread saying, actually, it is all Western propaganda. Can you show me? Can anyone find that thread? I want you to show me that thread. I want to take a look at counter arguments from genocide deniers. Somebody find that Twitter thread. I want to go over that. Because if I look at videos or Google Docs, it'll take me literally years to go over it. Because that's how these people counter argue. Rather than actually engaging with the ideas, they just spam links at you and try to waste your time. And it works if you take the bait. So find that if you can, okay? Anyway. Oh, did you find it? Let's see. You probably did find it because this person has me blocked. That's usually a strong indication of a person with some, let's say, terrible opinions. Oh, yep, here we go. Roderick Day. People are DMing me about this extremely tedious thread of sources on Uyghurs' oppression in concentration camps that cannot be any same person, at least be called Western propaganda. Okay, so folks, we're going to take a brief departure from reading that court document, and we're going to take a look at the quality of arguments that are being levied against us. Does everyone seem okay with that? We're just going to see what we're taking a look at here, okay? So we're going to see if they're Western propaganda. Now, remember what Western propaganda means. Western propaganda does not mean that this information was produced, corroborated, or translated by Western sources. It does not mean that the information has at some point crossed hands with a Western source. Western propaganda means that it's from the West and it's propaganda. That's the critical point that you need to prove right there. You can't just say that something is propaganda because it comes from a Western source. You have to indicate that not only does it come from the West, but also the information that is being provided is biased. It is affected by that bias. You can demonstrate that argument. So let's take a look. This is the first link provided, and this person's counter argument is people just supplant their own thinking analysis with reflexive data versus live metaphors. It's frustrating. CPI also gets passed around CPP. I don't know what this even refers to. Okay. A powerful piece by Chinese communists. The Chinese communist in question is Darren Byler, an American Kissinger Institute fellow writing under Adam Hunerven to trick idiots. This enemy of the Chinese state collaborates with the Canadian state. Here, we should probably get the original here. Ooh, wait. I haven't read through this entire thread. Is this one right here, the one that I'm looking at right here, the one affirming the position that I take? Is this thread just going to be a bunch of like op-eds basically? Wait, let me read through this really quick. This continues to be an important piece considering it came out of a large ML party. Then we have this, which looks like it's fairly qualitative, which I'm not really looking for here. Connected that last piece of book, Capitalist Development Logic of Empire, History of Modern China and shared by decolonial leftists in Hong Kong, analyzing the connections between the Uyghur camps and global imperialist and capitalist systems, shared by Chong, a piece framing what apologists use to justify the camps as a reaction to. Yeah, okay, so I see the problem here. This is what's going to happen, okay? This is the reason why I make arguments the way I make my arguments, okay? The problem here is that this is going to have to do with narratives. Narratives and editorialization and qualitative analysis. And stuff like that is really, really difficult to substantiate or disprove. There's probably some data in here, yeah? I'll have to take a look at this in order to affirm or deny it. So we'll probably get to this later then. We might have to do it in a separate stream, but we will get around to it. I would be interested in hearing Tankie counter-arguments to the kinds of things that I've already said over the duration of this stream, though. The data that I've provided, I mean. Anyway, we'll get to that. Okay, hold on. So this person, crime of incitement of ethnic hatred and ethnic discrimination, held an open court session to try the case, sustain the indictment. The trial is now concluded. Accuses the defendant of ethnic hatred and ethnic discrimination. He incited extremist religious thoughts in his colleagues and others such as... Oh, wait, hold on. So these are the words that he used that got him arrested. Do not say dirty words, do not watch porn, or you will become a kafir, a non-believer. If you don't pray and watch porn, your soul will not be clean for 40 days, and God will not accept your prayers. If you eat without praying, you will become a kafir. If you do not pray, you will be in hell, and God will not forgive you. All people who do not pray are Han Chinese kafirs. You cannot eat food from women who do not pray. You cannot eat food from people who smoke and drink alcohol. So, I want to be perfectly clear. This is religious cringe. This is religion and thus cringe posting. I'm cringing right now. However, this is not ethnic hatred or extremism. The defendant acknowledged his crime, I bet. During the trial, he said that he committed these crimes because of his low legal awareness and low level of education and that he was guilty. He asked the judge to deal with him leniently and give him a chance to become a good man. The counsel for defendants said his deeds constitute a crime and the people's procurator's accusation against him, kafir, gotcha, is correct. Both the defendant, blank, and I have no argument against this accusation. Easily susceptible, he's guilty, first criminal record, I asked the court to deal with him leniently. We see the text again. He incited his colleagues to prayer. He told them that if they eat without praying, they will become kafir and will be sent to hell. That all people who do not pray are Han Chinese kafir, and cannot eat food from women who do not pray. So that's it. That's a crime. Sentenced to prison for 10 years and the deprivation of political rights for 5 years. They have a program for that? The state can just say, nope, deprived of political rights for 5 years. 10 years for that. August 9th, 2017 through to August 8th, 2027. Does that mean exclusion from the party? I imagine you get excluded from the party when you get sentenced for 10 years. That would be my guess. Yeah. Well, I think this paints a pretty clear picture of what the fine people over there are up to. How does the U.S. incarcerate more than China? 3 main reasons. First of all, America has more crime. It's just socioeconomics is complicated. Second of all, America set into action certain policies designed to exacerbate our rates of incarceration, like the drug war. And third of all, people in China are terrified. That's the nice thing about being a criminal in America. We don't have a surveillance state, even a fraction of what China has. We are the Patriot Act is bupkis compared to what we've looked at today. It doesn't even compare. I mean, we are leagues away from that. So here in America, if you're a criminal, you can dab around, for a while, and for that reason, people are sometimes prompted to engage in that criminal behavior. In China, however, people are terrified of the government. Or I should say, people believe the government. I think the general narrative in China is that the government is like a stern father, that it protects them, but if you step the wrong way, you get smacked down. And for that reason, yeah, so it's a terror, but like a respectful terror. That's what I've heard. China has 1.4 billion people in it. I can't summarize all of their opinions on the state. I can't summarize like everything that they believe on the state or on the surveillance state, especially since most Chinese citizens probably aren't really aware of the extent to which their rights are being suppressed by the state. That's why the Chinese party officials were explicit in their desire for secrecy while describing their re-education policies in Xinjiang. So it's difficult to say exactly. Yeah. Well, whatever the case may be, it's bad over there. Whew. Wow. Okay. So we've read up on that. There's one other major claim. So far, every claim that I've looked up, when synthesized, when put together, affirms my argument that there is currently a genocide taking place in China. I am very confident in that claim. I sincerely doubt any reasonable person, after having consumed the information that we've taken a look at, could arrive at any other claim. It feels like that's what's happening, So there are a couple other pieces of information that I want to run over. People linked me a lot of stuff. 1.1 million civil servants in Xinjiang pair up with the ethnic minority residents to improve unity. This is the Neighborhood Watch thing. This is, again, Chinese state media, so nobody can accuse this of being Western propaganda. Northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region has implemented the Pairing and Assistance Program between officials and the ethnic minority citizens to promote communication and interaction among different ethnic groups in Xinjiang. Until September 2018, some 1.1 million civil servants have paired up with more than 1.69 million ethnic minority citizens. So, to be clear, these civil servants are part of that 10 household neighborhood watch program, and these ethnic minorities pairing up with them are people under surveillance. These are this is essentially like having a parole officer who's a regular, like, deputized citizen. Do you understand how freakish that is? The report said that various administrative departments, enterprises from the central government, and military departments, including the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps and the Xinjiang Armed Police Corps, have made over 49 million visits to local residents. That's 2 per person, not 2 per household, 2 per person. The number of activities themed Ethnics Unite as a Family held by these departments reached more than 11 million. The Pairing and Assistance Program has been implemented for 2 years, which is a successful practice in Xinjiang. Zhu Wei-chun, former head of the Ethnic and Religious Affairs Committee on the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference in Beijing. Jesus, these titles. Told the Global Times on Wednesday. Besides promoting the unity of different ethnics in Xinjiang, Zhu noted that the program is beneficial to both the masses and civil servants in Xinjiang, as it helps officials get closer to the grassroots level of Xinjiang society, bringing advanced technology and views to rural districts. Hey, do you think this advanced technology is laptops and cell phones, or do you think it's security cameras and biometric scanners? What type of tech do you think we're bringing over there? Which can solve their life difficulties and develop their productivity. It can also help officials of Xinjiang improve their serving conscience and capabilities. Zhu pointed out the program should be insisted for a long time in accordance with the practical need. Yeah. All right, well, that's official Chinese state media, so, you know, we got a feeling for that. This is another article from the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. I believe we looked at this one, how China targets Uyghurs one by one for using a mobile app. I believe we talked about this. Then we have this. A large Google document. I hate looking at other people's Google documents. You have no idea how crackpotty they are just by looking at the front page. China's Reeducation Camps in East Turkestan. The fact that they would use East Turkestan means that this is a source sympathetic to the Uyghur Muslims. That's pretty easy to infer right off the bat. I never know if there's going to be like some weird shit if I scroll down. Let me just... This is 1,314 pages long. Nope, I'm sorry. Nope. I'm sorry. Nope. Nope. I don't care. I'm not. Nope. Nope. Here's a WordPress blog from Socialism Done Left. Hello. Evidence from criminal prosecution data. Background is that the minority is. I obtained data from the XPP and the SPP, the Xinjiang People's Prosecutoriate, and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. Okay. To list some data. So we're looking at arrests and indictments. 2018 reported 114,000 arrests, 3.2 times higher than the previous yearly high of 2015. 2019 reported 63,000 arrests, 1.8 times higher. In total, did they make those graphs? Wait, what are the gender pronouns for Socialism Done Left again? I forget. I'm sorry, chat, help me out. In total, Xinjiang carried out 405,000 criminal arrests from 2017 to 2019. Any all? Okay, we'll just use that. This enormous increase can be clearly seen in figure 1A below, which I can't open in a separate... There we go, region. There we go. Oh, wow. See the light pink, this like peach color down here? That's the Xinjiang spike. So China's overall numbers spiked just because of Xinjiang spiking. 2016 to 2017 is like an entire other level. Look at that. Criminal arrests and indictments in Xinjiang as percent of China as a whole. Can I click the blue link with this? Oh, okay. Shut up. Fuck you. I wasn't looking. Criminal arrests and indictments in Xinjiang as a percent of China as a whole. Man, Soaked on Left really did put these graphs together. Nice graph doing, my friend. I appreciate that. We see a huge spike again in 2017 for criminal arrests and criminal indictments, and this is as a percent of China as a whole. So in 2017, Xinjiang, despite making like 1.5% of China's population, was 21% of its total number of arrests. Wrap your head around that. 1.5% of the population, 21% of arrests. And given the fact that Uyghur Muslims represent only about 50% of the population of Xinjiang, that this number is probably even more distorted if you look at the ethnic minority in particular, rather than just the regional arrest data. Yep. And they go on to say here, self-representation is recent. The results presented here have several limitations. These results assume the Chinese state is accurately representing its publicized arrest and convictions figures. Most detentions in Xinjiang do not follow any statute. Yeah, well, if China is incorrect in their reporting, they're probably underreporting it, not overreporting it. That's usually how it works, right? So if there's any inaccuracies, I would believe that would probably mean, in all likelihood, that even more wrong is being done here. The underlying data only includes formal arrests, which may undercount state actions in general, like extrajudicial arrest, deportation to a vocational camp. Yeah, it could also involve forms of direct harassment, theft. Sometimes, I imagine, just ballparking it here, but I imagine that the police in Xinjiang harass Uyghur Muslims pretty frequently, probably up to and including engaging in petty crime against them. The Chinese state does not publish arrest or indictment data disaggregated by subject ethnicity. I wonder why that might be. Why would the Chinese state not want to release this information specific to ethnicity? So this data alone cannot demonstrate Uyghur-specific or other minority-specific overrepresentation. Thank you, Soaked on Left. These charts are lovely. If I add this to my research doc, I'll probably add these graphs and, I don't know, say thank you and link to your stuff. Okay, got that. Now we have an article from the Communist Party of India. This is a Marxist-Leninist party. We know how we feel about those people. But some Marxist-Leninists are perhaps better than other Marxist-Leninists. Eyeball itches. Policing a community in the name of preventing crime. Across the world, from black communities, and in the U.S. to India's policy in Kashmir, Manipur, Nagaland, and Bastar, repressive states have labeled entire communities as prone to crime or terror to justify intrusive surveillance and state terror against people in those communities based on their identity, not on crimes committed by them. Seems pretty straightforward. I imagine that this article doesn't have much in the way of data. It probably just iterates the same denunciations that I would make. Yeah, imposition of Mandarin Chinese language, mass displacement, forced labor, so on and so forth. The first thing we did at Liberation was to check whether China questioned the authenticity of the documents. The documents being referred to here are the ones from which we saw translations of about 419 leaked pages. Remember that? It was in the New York Times. We saw the translation on the right-hand side, and we saw the original document on the left-hand side. According to this article, China did not question the authenticity of those documents. In a report titled Western Media Report on Xinjiang Lacks Morality, the Global Times, the international version of the Chinese Communist Party People's Daily newspaper, dated the 17th of November 2019, wrote that the New York Times disclosed more than 400 pages of leaked files from northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and maliciously attacked China's governance in Xinjiang. The use of the word disclosed suggests that the Chinese state and CPC are not denying the authenticity of the documents. I would agree with this assessment, by the way. Yeah, this is essentially a confirmation that these leaks are real. And these are, by the way, the leaks where we saw the translation clearly stating that A, the Chinese government was detaining people who had not committed crimes, and B, they were instructing officials to tell relatives of those detained that no crimes were committed, but that their thoughts were impure. The leaked documents read as though they're pages from a dystopian novel like Orwell's 1984. Based! Okay, I take it all back. The ML arc is done. These are the good MLs, okay? The Communist Party of India, the Marxist-Leninist Liberation, these are the good MLs, okay? We found them. One good one. But no others. Wait, hold on. We've had an apologist for the genocide in chat for a while. Let's just... Wait, does that not work? Oh god, how does it work nowadays? Do it. Did I do it? Does that work? Wait, does that not work? Oh. I'm getting lost here. Thank you, Annie. I appreciate that. I am dumb. And also using a different chat. We had some site rearrangements. Okay. We have a Google Doc here. Anti-Tankie resources and notes. No Google Docs today. We're not doing Google Docs today. Somebody linked the homepage of the UHRP, the Uyghur Human Rights Project. I think we got the information we needed from them. This right here is, of course, the mega Tankie document. The how many pages? We're at 120 loaded, 130 loaded, 170 loaded. The 172 page brick that gets thrown at people. We'll take a little bit of a look. We can take a peek, okay? A few conclusions to be drawn from this essay are as follows: that China is not running a cultural genocide against Uyghur Muslim population or anything of the sort, and that all available information actually points to the opposite. The Chinese government is actively taking measures to aid the Uyghur population, not help it. Can you people blame me for getting angry at Tankies when I talk to them? I mean, can you just I want you to imagine some like sneering, conniving pieces of shit in like France in 1937 looking at you and saying, actually, it's for the Jews' own good. Like it's unfathomable to me, like how depraved this shit is. And lastly, that while not doing what the Western world accused of doing, the Chinese government deserves scrutiny for the way they're handling issues regardless. Ah, we're both siding this. Okay. Oh, God. I forgot how wordy this is. Dogmatism is an error in theory of knowledge. It's advocate. If we have stats, we have stats. Okay, get me out of here. Table of contents. Countries that have defended China versus those who have attacked. Exposing the China human rights defenders. Vosh, if you compare this to the Holocaust one more time, I'm going to go ballistic. It's just an easy other example of a genocide, but there are plenty. The Holocaust is just the one that I know all of you are probably going to be the most familiar with. But just to be perfectly clear, and you have to understand this, all right? What's happening right now to Uyghur Muslims is often step one. Mass surveillance, non-judicial arrests, secret government documents corroborating like state plans to detain. Step one, step two, you don't know where this ends, okay? Like, I'm very, very cautious of people who don't like comparisons to the Holocaust because you haven't reached that level yet. Well, okay, but The Holocaust hadn't reached that level yet until it reached that level. It always takes time. And the Holocaust didn't begin by a Nazi snapping their fingers. There were decades of precedent. While still invoking Godwin's law, every single sentence gets tiring. Well, it's a good thing I've said it maybe 3 times in a 4-hour stream, and this is a stream explicitly dedicated to understanding a currently taking place genocide. So I would pack it in, buddy, okay? Your righteous indignation is misplaced. Yeah, I'm against holocausts before they actually happen. That's my forward thinking right there. Historical timeline. Okay. Do we have, like, can I get, like, an argument summary? God almighty. Double spacing. Exposing the China human rights defenders. I just want to... A proper debunk document. A document properly dedicated to debunking a claim should list those claims and then list the counterclaims. Oh boy. So what seems more realistic? A country putting people in a region that happens to be a majority Muslim into nationalist and separatist re-education camps after many residents in the area have turned to jihadism in the Middle East. The bias bleeds off this document. In addition to it being constructed like in a terrible way, the way they present this information after many have turned to jihadism and armed separatism at home to combat religious fundamentalism, the moral underpinnings of how this is being carried out by the Chinese government being 100% up to debate, or forcing Muslims to betray their religion because ew muzzies. This sounds like the way a Nazi document would phrase things. When you're like, oh yeah, I can't even say it because they would only say it through slurs. Is this a slur? It might be a slur. When people are criticizing human rights abuses from a government and you're like, oh yeah, you think they're doing that? They're just like the Muslim people, they're like, muzzies. Like, this demonstrates a contempt for the seriousness of these issues. What China is doing in Xinjiang is being done in many other countries, okay, in much less internationally sensationalized ways. Wait, there are 12 million Uyghur Muslims in the Xinjiang province. Even if this was a legit argument, which it's not, by the way, I don't think that's true. China is embarking on an unprecedented campaign of policing and surveillance. Like, this is well beyond that. Bay Area ML is in YouTube chat. Good, they can cope and seethe. As a means to integrate isolated regions' communities with cultures very distinct from what is considered the national, oftentimes at the expense of indigenous communities. But China is isolated in the West largely because of xenophobia, and a lot of people are trying to make up their post-9/11 Islamophobia by tokenizing Muslim struggles when it's perpetuated by the bad Asians. We see you, Lamau. Okay, first of all, this is wildly inappropriate in a document meant to discuss an issue of this severity. Second of all, the only reason people in the West care about the Uyghur Muslims is because they feel guilty after 9/11 is borderline racist in and of itself. You're like reverse id-pulling right here. The only reason that Western people would care about a genocide, so there are a number of presumptions that you have to make on this, but I think the easiest way to summarize it by far is the person who wrote this document is a sociopath and they assume other people are too. But this feels like it was written by a kid. We see you, Lamau. Jesus Christ. Stick to Twitter, all right? All tankies of 13. Yeah, a lot of tankies online are like fucking kids. Growth of industrial output value in minority areas? Oh, God. I bet you a third of this document is saying, dude, the Chinese government doesn't even hate Uyghur Muslims. Look, industry has increased in those regions. They're like getting richer. That's what every fucking dengist says, you know? The wealth is increasing. They're pulling people out of poverty. They sound like fucking liberals. Christ almighty. Yeah. Look, they're being put to work, you know? Wow. The Polish ghettos have never seen so much economic productivity. Yeah, ridiculous. Also, what does this have to do with their treatment in the human rights ways? I bet you that, yeah, look, I bet you a huge amount of this document is committed specifically to this topic. By the way, it's the same thing that Trump did. Remember how Trump said that black Americans have never had it better in America? That he was the best president for black Americans since Lincoln because of black unemployment was so low? Remember? Hey, you know, Black Lives Matter, they're full of shit. Actually, black people have it great. Have you seen how low their unemployment is? Same damn argument. That's why we call Tankies Eastern Trumpists. We don't call them that. We should, though. Dude, spending on hospital beds in the area has increased, and this data stops at 2006, whereas the beginning of what we now consider to be the Uyghur Muslim genocide is usually caught at 2016. These data points have nothing. Okay, here's a hot fact, all right? When you're arguing with conspiracy theorists, which is what Tankies are, you have to remember that their best tactic is to bury you in fake evidence that you don't have the time to go through, okay? They do this, Holocaust denial does this, flat earthers do this, anti-vaxxers do this. They will assemble hundreds of pages of Google Docs, and if you disagree with them, they will spam copy pasta at you, and you have to cross-track billions of sources to... So here's the thing. This is a really, really easy way to ignore all the shit they say. If they include evidence that is worthless, odds are everything they have to say is worthless. They're throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. A good argument or a good debunking contains only information which supports the argument. If you take a look at their documents and they're just throwing everything they can at you, it's probably worthless, okay? This is probably what... Tell them to not waste your fucking time. Tell them to come back with an editor. Tell them to present information which is only pertinent, specifically pertinent to the issue at hand, okay? That's what you have to do. Because when I see shit like this, all I'm thinking of is the person who made this document doesn't actually know how to debunk the arguments levied against them, so they're just going to throw everything they can and hope that the person reading this gets bored before they try to debunk 170 pages of nonsense. Is Bay Area ML still there? Are we still coping and seething? You people are fucking worthless. All right. We have probably 100 pages of worthless econ bullshit. Wow. The population continued to increase. Yeah, this data doesn't have anything to do with human rights abuses, incarceration, legal procedures, surveillance, or policing. Here's a New York Times clip saying that China has a large number of Muslims in the country. These data this is nothing. These links, these citations, these quotes, these points, these graphs, they have nothing to do. Oh, here are clips from cpcnews.cn, as we know, an unbiased source on this matter. And in these sources from the Chinese government, they're saying that they like Uyghur Muslims a lot. Wait, why would you link these? Listen to the language here. The first is to strictly prevent and severely crack down on violent terrorist activities and resolutely safeguard social stability in Xinjiang. A profound understanding of the grim and complex situation, anti-terrorism, maintenance, and stability in Xinjiang, the establishment of long-term combat ideological preparations and work preparations, and determination to win confidence and make special efforts. This seems like a dicey translation. Efforts were made to launch a one-year special campaign to crack down on violent and terrorist activities, so on and so forth. We must fight against terror to stabilize the people's war. Even if you're just reading Chinese propaganda, it reads identical to like Bush-era 9/11 response war on terror bullshit, except it comes off even more creepy because of how obviously thought policey their language is. Like, even if you take them at face value, in the most positive interpretation you can use, this is what you get. You get war on terror bullshit. Adherence to anti-violence, rule of law, order, and use of legal thinking and rule of law to solve problems. Yeah, that totally sounds like a revolutionary vanguard. Here's a chart on... Oh, wait, hold on. This is on security forces. Hold on. You can take a deep dive into the police recruitment numbers here. The first two tiers are regular police and security forces. The third tier is assistant police staff. We've seen this chart. The enhancement of the police force has been accompanied by a far-reaching education system where local Islamic schools have poured funding into anti-extremism classes. Wait, they're citing this as a positive. This document is like, no, there's not a genocide going on. They're just quadrupling security spending and pushing local Islamic schools into anti-extremism courses. Also, state officials are visiting high-risk households. Yeah, no. You know, it's not a genocide happening here. It's terrorists. You know, we're just checking in on 12 million people. This is the debunk, by the way. We're reading a debunk. We're skimming a debunk. I sincerely doubt reading this thoroughly would be any more illuminating. A policy known as the Xinjiang Six Principles sent a 60% quota in Uyghur for college admission. Wow! College admission and job recruitment and army enlistment. 3 things that are beneficial to the Chinese government. Cool. How subversive of them. Making sure that their ethnic minorities have jobs and join the army. Wow, we truly are breaking new ground here. Can I? Oh, here we go. Oh, we got clips. Oh, now we've gotten... Okay, wait, hold on. I think we've finally reached the point where this document becomes literally identical to a Holocaust denial document, where we see grainy surveillance photos, and then they're like, that isn't even a real door to a gas chamber. That door is too thin. That's what we're about to get. These photos are from an open article uploaded on April 14th, 2017, taken in Luopu County Reform and Correction Center, where an educational talk with criminals cried in remorse and parents presented a bouquet in gratitude to the speaker. Wait, does that make it better? Wait, what? What does that have to... Wait. Educational talk. Wait, how does this disprove the allegation that this is from a re-education center? The re-education centers were open back in 2016. How is this a debunk? What? Where is Luopu? Oh, wait, hold on. Let's take a look. Wow, you're never going to believe it. It's in Xinjiang. Hotan Prefecture, Xinjiang. That's incredible. Guys, this isn't a picture from a re-education center. It's a picture where people are receiving an educational talk while being detained from state officials. Oh. But hey, a parent gave a bouquet to a state official afterwards. This is the anti-Uyghur Muslim genocide Google Doc, by the way. By the way, I just want to say, when you're celebrating the idea of criminals crying in remorse, you're a fucking lunatic, okay? You're disgusting. The idea that you celebrate, like, criminals being lined up with shaved heads and clean faces, many of these people no doubt religiously believe they should be growing long beards, lining up and sobbing before state officials, you're literally... The final scene... The final scenes of the book 1984 is Winston being so broken by torture that he is made to cry at the sins that he has committed, his thought crime, at the hands of O'Brien. We are at a point where Tankies are trying to debunk the existence of these camps by framing them in a way identical to the way in which George Orwell described the totalitarian torture that Winston experienced. Yeah, the final book, the final words of 1984 was, and he learned to love Big Brother. Or the final, I mean, it's a sentiment in the final paragraph. This is beyond parody to me. It was an awareness campaign, a speech made in 5 places. That doesn't change the fact that they're in a re-education center. Speaker Abdu Waiti Sidwakas, director of the Public Office of Harmony Promotion, a very cool government program name, and crime prevention, and blah, blah. Both are Uyghurs. Oh, both are Uyghurs. Guys, we solved it. It can't be re-education centers because there is never in history have members of an ethnic group been complicit in the oppression of that ethnic group. That's why there are no black cops in America. You can check. There are none. There are no black cops. I can't read Mandarin. I'm sorry, I'm reading bits and pieces of this. Other rumors like this rumor, which claims that by enforcing naming laws, China is forcing Uyghurs to abandon their culture and violate their human rights, are also sketchy in the way they're portrayed. 1, because it's by Radio Free Asia, that's not an argument. And 2, because while the CCP has taken some admittedly questionable measures by only restricting the naming of children to exacerbate religious fervor, the state can have naming laws. That's insane to me. Naming laws. Arab-style religious names, which were traditionally rare among Uyghurs and not native to their culture in the first place, are not outright banned but heavily discouraged. Families who choose to name their children from a list of 29 banned names can still do so, but will be denied access to government services as a result. Oh! We've done it! We've solved the oppression! They're not being oppressed and having their human rights taken away, but there's a list of Muslim-sounding names that if they take, they can't use government services. Oh my God! I was blinded by Western propaganda, but now I have been illuminated, the light. So this is why I say, by the way, Tankies don't care that a genocide is happening. This is what I mean. When they say this is Western propaganda, this is Western propaganda, when they say that, they're only doing it to throw you off. They know that a genocide is happening, and they don't care. That's why their defenses of it come off so psychotic. They admit it in their defense. They wrote this for their own sake. Do I need to continue? I feel like the content of this document has been thoroughly rendered worthless. Wow. Well, I feel like we took a look at a lot of really interesting information today. So, I want to review, actually. So this is what I'm going to do. This segment was too long for me to upload on its own. So what I'm instead going to do, and I'm now speaking to the future, is I have uploaded a prior 4-hour segment on the Uyghur Muslim genocide, and I have uploaded it unlisted. There will be a link to it in the description. This video that I'm currently recording now, which was immediately after the previous video, this video will be uploaded normally. And the purpose of this short video will be a very brief introduction to what I spoke of in the past 4 hours, and a sort of a review of its contents. So, the Uyghur Muslim genocide, that is to say, the cultural genocide of the Uyghur Muslim population, about 12 million of them in the province of Xinjiang in northwestern China, is something which is very heavily corroborated. There's a great deal of evidence suggesting this is taking place. There are people online who will convince you, or will attempt to convince you, that this evidence is wrong. It's sparse, it's flimsy, it's weak, it's fallacious, that this evidence comes exclusively from Western sources, that it's all propaganda, that it's people who just hate China. But actually, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, using information gathered only through leaked documents from the Chinese government and official state broadcasts from the Chinese government, you can actually piece together more than enough information to make it perfectly clear that a genocide is taking place. The most charitable interpretation of what is taking place right now in the Xinjiang province in China is as follows. Over the past couple of years, a historically oppressed ethnic minority has been subjected to an astronomical rise in surveillance and policing. not only has the government brought more police and more regulatory and surveilling programs to that region, additionally, they have enlisted literally millions of citizens in that province as essentially neighborhood watch organizers who work directly for the government, who are punished if they do not fulfill their duties, and whose job it is to be on the lookout for suspicious activity on the part of people within their region. That suspicious activity, and this is again the words of the Chinese government, does not constitute anything illegal. It does not have to involve illegal or criminal activity. It can be anything as light as being young. That's not a joke. Being young is a listed reason why it can be justified to announce that a person is suspicious and report their information to the state. Additionally, people in the Xinjiang province are forced to download an application which scans their phones for illicit or subversive material and uploads that information to servers held by the Chinese government. This is that area of the world, that area, Xinjiang, that province, is the hotbed of the cutting edge of surveillance state technology. There is, in all likelihood, no place on Earth more thoroughly surveilled. And all of this is done with the explicit intent on the part of the Chinese government to rid the Uyghur Muslim population of their extremist tendencies, but with their extremist definition varying so substantively to anything as meager as, spoilers, we read a court document where a person was sentenced to prison for 10 years because they encouraged their compatriots not to watch porn and not to, I think, I forget the details. It was not to eat haram food. What was it? It was some nothing. It was nothing. It was for 10 years he went to prison. Not to drink alcohol. That was right. Not to drink alcohol and not the porn, right? Halal, sorry. Yeah. Eat without praying. Basically just saying religious shit. And 10 years, you know? That's enough. That's all it takes. And we also took a look at leaked documents which described the practices within the re-education centers, which are abhorrent. Again, these come from Chinese state sources. Though it should be noted that just because a source comes from a Western actor doesn't necessarily mean that source is inaccurate. In order to prove something is propaganda, you have to not only prove that it comes from a propagandist, you have to prove that the information is inaccurate. It's not sufficient to merely point at a piece of data that you find inconvenient and say, that came from the West, because, having argued with Nazis for quite a long time now, that's what they do with Jews. If you're talking about immigration or crime and they see a Goldstein in the list of authors on that paper, you know what they say? They say it's Jewish propaganda. And you can hem and holler at them. You can say, that doesn't mean the data is incorrect. You can't prove that there's a bias here. You're just dismissing this information because it's inconvenient to you. But they won't listen. And they don't listen because they don't want to listen. They don't care about the truth. They have their narrative and they've run with it. Don't be like those people. Don't fall for the bullshit of the kind of people who act like that, all right? Don't. The 4-hour video that I did, the one that I will link to in the description, it's not edited, it's not super clean cut, we're just going over documents. But I learned a lot. And if you care about this issue, if you care about arguments that you can use against people who would deny the suffering of these people, then you should take a look at it, okay? And hey, Chad had fun. Guys, it was 4 hours of research, but you had fun, didn't it? Didn't you? Wait for them. There we go. See? They're very happy. Look at that. So consider that an official endorsement of the contents of that video. But yeah, that's the summary that I can give you. The rest of it I looked at over the course of that video. So go check it out, huh? Whew. Okay. Done with research for now. 4 hours in a day is a good amount. Don't want to cram your head too full of it or you'll start to forget important details. Okay. Whew. Hopefully that was useful. So I hope that not only did we learn about the content of that research, we also learned how to research, the processes, the way to engage with this information. Because that's very, very important. It's not just about the info, it's the process that you go through to arrive at the collection of that information. Because there are people out there, very smart people, very, very intelligent people, who know a lot of correct things, They don't have a good process for learning new correct things, and for that reason, their intelligence becomes highly compartmentalized, okay?